Honourable members, please be seated. Honourable members, we will now continue with the debate on the budget, and I give the floor to the Honourable Moses Bulitau. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, sir, I rise to give my contribution to the 2020-2021 national budget that was announced by the Minister for Economy last week. From the outset, I would like to say that the motion should be defeated, given this budget, as I've stated last year, in the Itauke idiom, bulum bulum bora bula bula, which means in English, it's like a grave painted white with the contents rotting anyway. This budget, as you've heard this morning, from the key response by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the figures, they don't lie. And they speak the truth of the real situation our nation and economy is in. I would like to use another idiom, Itauke idiom, to describe what the Honourable Attorney General and Honourable Minister for Economy did. It's called Udu Mainduru. Udu Mainduru. Udu Mainduru means a joke. It's a joke. You know, a person sitting at a grog session wants to make people to continue sponsoring the grog. He'll do a Udu Mainduru for him to be entertained and be kept with the... All right. With that, Mr. Speaker, sir, as the Honourable Leader of the Opposition had said, this budget is a rudderless and deceitful budget. And before I move into that, let me rebut a few points that was stated by the Honourable Prime Minister. One, about the sugar industry. The sugar industry, and it was very clear from the Honourable Minister for Economy's speech when he delivered the budget that the cane price per cane ton has moved down from $85 to $70. Now the argument put forward this morning that at the fourth cane payment it will go up. That's another promise. And we know the reputation of this Fiji First government, full of failed promises, false promises, false stats, and people know. And people know.
Order.
Cane farmers. I live in cane belt area in Lambasa, and I'm friends with cane farmers, and the experiences they've shared with me. The Honourable Minister for Defence too is a cane farmer. When they receive the balance sheet at the end of the year, there's plenty cut from the different things that government says as part of the subsidies, and they don't get enough. Currently, the price of cane cutters, about 10,000 people depend on cane cutting, and 14,000 farmers in Fiji. It's about $25 now at the rate for any cane cutter with 2 mills. Some $24 in areas in Lambasa and also closer to Sanganga. And much of the people in this area where the Fiji First government MPs normally campaigning will be very angry for reducing this. And this idea of the $85 was first mooted by the National Federation Party in 2014 in their campaign. And the Fiji First government reacted to this, and they increased the rate. But again, the Honourable Leader for NFP had mooted again in 2018 for the price to go up to $100, but again they raised it up to $85. But why? They have to reduce this to $70. Is it that there is not enough money? Is that they don't have enough money and you're waiting for the money to come in so you can give that the extra in the fourth cane payment? Those are some of the issues. Probably people will be deciding. Those in the cane belt area, they will know that the Fiji First MPs had lied to them, that gave them false promises, and they will never believe you when you come again, even if you increase this. Let me move on, Honorable Speaker, sir. The budget, I can say, from all the budget, there is a very big hole in this budget. Given, let me explain that hole, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me explain that hole. Let me explain that hole. This government, the capacity of estimated revenue is only 1.7 billion, and they want to spend 3.7 billion. That's what in the pocket. So they're not cutting their coat, on what's the size of their pocket. So there is a 2 billion deficit in this budget, and that's a fact. And as the Honorable Leader of the Opposition had said, you've been inflating these budgets and also cooking up figures to say that all is well. But all is not well. Let me go into, my response today will be focusing on the informal sector and how people in the grassroots area level and also in the rural community view the 2020-21 budget. There was less provision in the 2020 and 21 budget that focused on the informal sector. It was no doubt a business and pro-tourism budget. And again, the argument put forward by the Honorable Attorney General that this budget will provide opportunity in time of crisis. We understand COVID-19 is a global pandemic, and all economies and all the nations in the world are slowly recovering. But potholes, hospitals, government schools were already in bad stages, or what we call worse conditions before COVID-19 came. So that's the argument they want to put forward. The other thing that I want to respond quickly on, Honorable Speaker, sir, is the fear that the Fiji First government, from hearing the two speakers that have spoken today, fearing about the 2022 polls. They're quickly attacking the Sodalpa leader and the Sodalpa party, knowing very well that we are stronger now and we are going to come to the other side in 2022. And that reaction, and that political reaction, Fiji Sun ran a poll a few days ago. So quickly, probably to preempt the budget address this week. What are you people afraid of? So you should have a plan B. If you are going to lose in 2022, prepare to come to the opposition. And that will come to pass. Mr. Honorable Speaker, sir. Let me go into some of the inconsistency of the policies in this budget, focusing on 1,600 white goods that are imports. These are not consumed and used by the informal sector or people in the rural areas. From that 1,600, about 80 of them are food items. About 80 of them, 83 or 84, will be food items. And from those, only few are affordable by those in the informal sector, in the villages, in the koros, in the cane settlement, sardines, herrings, and other things that are affordable. Those are the things that are affordable to them. The rest of the things that people were expecting from this budget, the removal of the 9% VAT on rice, on flour, on basic food items which people in the rural areas depend and use every day. So these are some of the things that people are worried about. What's the use of removing duty on nuclear reactors? Are we building nuclear weapons? What's the use of reducing duty on deep sea drills? Are we not part of the Ocean Conference? This is the inconsistency of the Fiji First government on what they want to advocate as champions at the international level. And if you see the list of items, go line by line and number by number, you will see the stupidity in the choice of items that they have put out. Some of the things that people use daily are rice, flour, tea, garlic, and onions, and medicine, why have not you removed the duty? People will pay the duty on that, plus the VAT, 9% VAT. The poor in this country will suffer. The rich, they will be able to afford those items. And the lifting of duty for lettuce, carrot, cucumber, eggplant will be removing the competitive advantage of our local producers in the rural areas. These are some of the things probably the policy intent of this budget should have looked upon before it was passed. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that the Honorable Prime Minister up today that there will be $100 million given to Fijians. But I'll talk about the FNPF and the $220 per month that will be available to FNPF. Whose funds are these? In FNPF, Mr. Speaker, sir, the funds that go in goes into two accounts. It goes into a reserve account. If $100 goes to FNPF, $70 goes to the reserve account, $30 goes to your general account. The general account includes your housing assistance, education assistance, plus death for loved ones. The policy that is right now on this $220 is that those that have lost jobs or have hours cut that will be qualified or eligible for this particular grant or this particular program need to exhaust, dry up all their general account, then this will come in. And that's the fact. And if a particular Fijian has dried up, is 30% in its general account, if there is a death in the family, they will not be eligible to withdraw. If they want to build a home in the village after they retire from work, see, they will not be able.
That's incorrect.
They will not be able to build a home. They will not be eligible. Those are some of the things that probably the Honorable Minister should look into on the future of our people and how our people will suffer. And some will not be affording education too because they will not have any funds for education. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me move on again and say the first home grant, much fancied by the previous speaker and also will be touched by the Minister of Housing. For the 50,000 and above and below, there is about 3 million for those below, and those above will be 2 million. If the Honorable Minister does a quick calculation on that, on average, Honorable Minister, work on a 30,000 salary threshold. Divide that by 3 million, I think that there could be only 100 applicants that will be available. And see, I don't know whether they've done any survey of the amount of people who are below 50,000 in salary who need a house. So the calculation of that figure and reaching that figure, I think only about 100 or 150. The last time it was announced, it was a great failure. People waited in frustration, given the approvals and the requirements. And also now people say it's just whom you know that gets the chance first. For NDP grant, it's about 500,000, Mr. Speaker, sir, for Northern Division. You divide that by the amount of projects proposal that people will put in from the north, I think that will be insufficient, given the amount of applicants over the years and the requirements also are too high. The YES program, Honorable Minister for Trade, it's only 120,000. And divide that by the number of youths who will apply, I don't know, they'll get about 5,000 each. It's all that, peanuts, they'll get peanuts. Those are the things. It came when you were not here, Honorable Minister. Farm Access Road, it's only about, sorry that the Minister of Agriculture is not here, it's only about 800,000. We farmers in the rural areas, Yanguana farmers, Dal farmers, we need rural access road, farm access road to get our products to the market. And that last year in the whole of Honolulu, there's about 48 applicants for rural farm roads and still no decision reached. For social welfare, thanks to the Australian government grant for that about 40,000 recipients that will be eligible. But if you break down that $100 a month, Honorable Minister, for women, by 4 weeks, it's about $25 in 4 weeks. In 7 days, you get $3.57. That's what a person gets from the rate we are at. So put that $3.57, that's the amount of what, 2 kg dal. One loaf of bread, it's about 70 cents, plus one pack noodles, it's about 80 cents. And whether that particular person will get a good healthy diet or not. That's when you break down those figures. So we should put our money where our mouth is, and also look into areas where people in the rural areas are suffering. Bus fare for the elderly, let me emphasize that it started with $40, Honorable Speaker, sir. It went to $20. Now it's only $10 for the elderly. So a bus fare from Sasawu to Lambasa, it's about $8. That's only one way. The elderly person will not return. Those are some of the inconsistent policy that needs to be reviewed. And I ask the Honorable Minister concerned to review those, so things are done in a very reasonable manner, that no Fijian is left behind, and that we meet our targets in the SDG goals and also in the National Development Plan that you always boast about. On excise tax on alcohol, about 60 related products that are there. I think this is a decision that needs to be done on social responsibility of government. Where government, I still recall back in 2016 when the Minister, Honorable Johnny Somate was Minister for Health, when we had debated on a consequential bill on excise tax. The reason that he said that it was for NCDs. The increase was for NCDs. But now it has gone down. The social choices where people should be encouraged not to have access to this kind of thing, so that they can prioritize food on the table, and also NCDs. I don't see any inconsistency in the line of argument that has been put forward by this government, knowing that most of nightclubs are closed, and people too, the last thing they will buy is alcohol right now. They want to survive and eat. For water bills, I think this needs awareness. The Fiji Water Authority needs to go around to the rural areas and tell them, so that they also be briefed on what the arrangement is too wide, or on what kind of hardship that should alert WEF if when they'll be eligible for no water cuts or no disconnection for a year. For FEA bills, I think the 100 units paid by government, that also need to be discussed properly, given there are some disconnection right now in villages, especially in informal areas. They don't have any source of income, and they don't have any FNPF. Right now, Mr. Speaker, sir, given the difficulty we have as a nation, and how our people are struggling to survive, and the strategy that this government has put forward, try to reduce duty to create employment, so that businesses they create employment. It's an assumption, because it will depend on the business people. They will try to save their profit margins. Whether this government will monitor them to see how many jobs they will create, we don't know. They are also recovering, so the last thing in their mind is to create more employees, so that most of their income will be reduced, and also they'll be paying some FNPF. The argument put forward by the Honorable Prime Minister this morning on the construction of the police stations, saying that construct this 40 million because of security. We all know it goes in phases. Phase 1, they will go for all documentation, then phase 2, that will come. It will not come immediately. That police, the construction might start in the next 12 months or so. Those are some of the, when we talk realistically on how things will happen, that will not create employment immediately. But we see the idea, but again, people should not be given false hope. These are some of the things on free medicine scheme, boasted by the previous speaker from the other side of the house. People, it was a failure, Honorable Minister, and also people still pay medicine which are not available in hospitals and health centers. And coupled with the VAT on bus fare and everything that they will pay, these are extra burden to our rural community. And these are some of the areas that I've highlighted and open up for discussion to see whether this budget is really fair for the people. I can say it's not fair. Because of they are the end users, and they will suffer. At the Lambasa market, a heap of tapioca is about $5 a heap. That's on government pay day. On non-government pay week, no cassava is sold out. Those are some of the things that our rural area peoples are suffering. And this is an indication to the people that this government cannot be trusted. This government has lost the plot. This government doesn't care about the people. This government only promises and promises after promises, brings in the Prime Minister to come and cut ribbons every time, everywhere. And people come around for the town law session, filling up the notebook for the PSO. But again, Mr. Speaker, sir, that's my contribution to the budget. I reiterate that this particular budget, I do not support the motion that's before the House, because a person that supports this budget supports the rich and doesn't support the poor, and supports the disadvantaged that people will be affected on if you support this particular budget. Minakapale, sir, for indulgence.
I thank the Honourable Bolatavu for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Minister for Education, Heritage and Arts, the Honourable Rosie Agba. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Honourable Cabinet colleagues, Honourable Members of Parliament, and to the thousands of Fijians watching this on the Fijian Government Facebook Live and other social media sources. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support the 2020-2021 Fijian National Budget. The Attorney General, the Minister for Economy, and his team are commended for the level of innovation shown when drafting the national budget. The budget announcement brought back calmness and hope to our people, removing the fear created by some. Mr. Speaker, said the 2020 and 2021 National Fijian Budget, we can now safely say, looks after the needs and welfare of every single Fijian. Whether you are in a city or town or in a rural or maritime area, the budget ensures that you are able to sustain your livelihood, have access to basic amenities like water, electricity, and of course education for your children. Whether you are a company or business, the tax and other incentives enable you to stay afloat, and many Fijian companies will weather the COVID-19 storm because of this. Mr. Speaker, sir, whether you are a civil servant who has worried about a pay cut, but now can breathe a sigh of relief because your government has found innovative ways to avoid this, while many others around the world are being hit with pay cuts and redundancy. Mr. Speaker, sir, whether you are a young Fijian who has always dreamed about starting your own business, now can easily do so with a few clicks online. The national budget caters for everyone. Mr. Speaker, sir, the list continues. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason the national budget addressed so many areas and shocked so many critics is because a simple strategy was followed. The Fiji First government held nationwide consultations. Whether on the ground with the Minister of Economy or the thousands who got involved in the online consultations on the Fijian government Facebook pages, the Fiji First government once again has proven to be the government that listens, the government that visits, the government that hears, and the government that talks to its people. Mr. Speaker, sir, the reason we held nationwide consultations was that we wanted to put in place strategies that work, and what better way than to hear from the people themselves. Mr. Speaker, sir, time and again it's been said, we are living through difficult and uncertain times. The world is facing an unprecedented global crisis, and everyone is trying their best to adapt to the new normal. Like countless people around the world, Fijians are also feeling the economic threats and effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Seeing the need to empower and uplift our people during this critical time, the Fiji First government has put out a bold, innovative, and forward-looking Fijian national budget. Mr. Speaker, says businesses around the world are shutting down. It is critical for us to protect Fijian businesses for the sake of our economy, for the sake of job security. The budget has been received very well by most and has a lot of incentives for businesses. The Fijian government introduced bold taxation and custom tariff reductions to rebuild competitiveness of the tourism industry and support economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, we want to provide businesses tax relief. We want to provide businesses flexible payment arrangements and targeted tax incentives to assist business cash flows to soften the impact of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, these measures, among many others, are designed to ease the financial burdens being faced by businesses in Fiji. As I mentioned earlier on, Mr. Speaker, these decisions were not made solely in government offices. We went out, we heard the concerns of the Fijians, and then put in place this budget. For the first time, the Fijian government is ending Fiji's business license policy. From August 1st, 2020, all that a fresh Fijian entrepreneur seeking to start their business will need to do is going to be completely an easy task: an online business incorporation, and tax registration. By ensuring businesses have what they need to flourish, we are also ensuring that Fijian jobs are sustained. Not only that, more jobs will also be created and overall Fijian livelihoods will be preserved. Yes, preservation of Fijian livelihoods is our focus. Mr. Speaker, with 70% of our population under the age of 40, we have an opportunity to encourage young Fijians to become employers and job creators. Many I know have already been encouraged to plan and are already starting. Mr. Speaker, let us not forget that the Fijian government already has programs like the YES scheme, which assists budding new Fijian businesses and women. Mr. Speaker, the Fijian government announced a $2 billion government stimulus package, a bold move to keep people spending and assist us in our economic recovery. This will provide direct relief to Fijians all over the country, as well as much-needed protection from the economic fallout of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the 2020-2021 budget also introduced bold taxations and custom tariff reductions to rebuild competitiveness of the tourism industry and support economic recovery. Custom duties on over 1,600 items have been cut, Mr. Speaker. Duties on over 1,000 items have been reduced to 5% or 0%, and duties on more than 500 items have been reduced from 32% to 15%. What this means, Mr. Speaker, that Fijians will now spend less on 1,600 items, directly reducing the burden on them. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has completely changed the way we look at our world now. Every Fijian on the ground is concerned about the health, about the economy, about job security and education of our children. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, the Fiji First government democratically won the national elections, and one of our promises was and still is to give priority to the education of our Fijian children. Since then, Mr. Speaker, we have never wavered from this promise. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of Opposition, Honourable Rambuka, in his statement earlier this morning, equated a reduction in the budget for Minister of Education to the reduction in the importance of education. Nothing can be further from the truth. Mr. Speaker, these will still continue. Free tuition for our children, free textbooks, bus fare subsidies will continue. There has been no reduction in teacher salaries, like many of those from the other side have asked for. Let me remind the Honourable Opposition Leader, Mr. Speaker, that the Fiji First government has educated more children than his government or any other government has ever done. And we will continue to put in place policies that we will continue these incentives to our children. This has not changed and will not change. Mr. Speaker, we will ensure prudent financial management by finding ways to effectively utilize the budget we've been given, and of course to manage our budget while ensuring that every child in Fiji gets education. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we can say that we can only do this through hard work, unity, working together, thinking smart, and believing in a better future for all Fijians, and of course building confidence in our people. Just like tropical cyclone Winston, we will definitely see another remarkable recovery for our beloved nation. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Heritage and Arts has been allocated $450.6 million, while higher education institutes have been allocated $81.4 million in the 2020-21 Fijian national budget, with a further $161.1 million for the TELS and the National Topper Scheme. This, Mr. Speaker, will allow us to ensure that our children continue to be educated. Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that COVID-19 has had such a severe impact on all economies around the world, the Fijian government is still able to ensure that every child in Fiji gets an education for free. This is not only a testament to our smart policies, but a testament to our dedication to all Fijian children. We are dedicated to safeguarding the welfare of our children, our grandchildren, and their grandchildren by planning long-term. Fijian children will continue to have their tuition fees paid. Fijian children will continue to be provided with textbooks. Fijian children will continue to be subsidized for bus fares so they can reach our schools. Mr. Speaker, however, parental responsibilities in ensuring that the children reach school will still remain with parents. Our social media, many rumors quickly started flying that we would cut on free education. Mr. Speaker, nothing like that is going to happen. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, despite the reduction in the budget allocation due to COVID-19, no child will be paying for any education within our school system. Our children come first. Mr. Speaker, the National Toppers scheme and the Tertiary Education Loan Scheme program will continue. To date, we have 2,525 active students on our National Toppers scheme, with further 600 scholarships available in the next financial year. This, Mr. Speaker, currently 2,525 students, it is costing government 35.5 million. And with a further addition of 600 scholarships next year, we will be spending 7.9 million to add that 600 to the existing 2,525 students. TELS, we have 16,611 active students, and of course this initiative will continue in the next financial year as we've been given a budget of $161.1 million. Mr. Speaker, like I said, our children come first. In order to qualify for TELS loan scheme now, however, students will need to score 250 marks plus. This is a strategic change, and it has been done to encourage students to work harder and to further increase the quality of our graduates who enter our workforce. The National Topper Scheme has always addressed areas of need for Fiji, and of course this will continue. Mr. Speaker, these will of course be subjected to revision depending on COVID-19 situation and how it develops both globally and locally. Mr. Speaker, as leaders, we must give priority to our future generations. And you can see that the Fiji First government is more than committed to every single Fijian child and student. If we do not educate them now, Mr. Speaker, then they will not be able to deal with something like COVID or other disasters that may strike our country in the future. By fostering our future generations, we are being responsible and ensuring that a better future is in store for our future generations of Fijian. Mr. Speaker, this is why free education will continue and must continue. Mr. Speaker, even before the budget, while our Honourable Prime Minister was ensuring that we are safe from the impacts of COVID-19 and TC Herald, the Minister of Education was taking proactive measures to protect the welfare of the children. As soon as Fiji recorded its first case, we closed down our schools. We did not want to expose our young ones to any potential outbreaks. Fortunately, our government has invested heavily in technology, and we were able to leverage this during the lockdown. First and foremost, we realized that information is the key to defending yourself against disasters such as COVID-19. We realized that as a Minister of Education and as the Fijian government, we needed to build our information dissemination assets, ensuring that we are able to disseminate information directly from the source, which is us. And this has never been more important if we are to keep up with the rest of the world as a government and as a country. Mr. Speaker, the Fijian government Facebook page, for example, was the flagship of information dissemination during COVID-19, ensuring that the messages from the Honourable Prime Minister and the health professionals reach majority of our people. The ministry page, like ours, also played a key role ensuring that hundreds of thousands of Fijian children and families got important information relating to our ministries. We provided supplementary lessons for our children who wanted to continue learning on both social media and other platforms. Mr. Speaker, the Fijian government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, has educated many Fijian children in rural and maritime areas than any before us. This is due to our policy of not leaving any child behind. We plan to continue this streak and develop education facilities in rural and maritime areas. In doing so, we hope to empower children living in these areas as well. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned earlier, COVID-19 has taught us the importance of remaining technologically up to date with the rest of the world. Tertiary institutions in Fiji are having online classes to help students finish their courses. Many of the world-leading educational institutions have done the same. Harvard University, for example, has announced that all course instruction undergraduate and graduates for the 2020-21 academic year will be delivered online. The world is already adapting to the new normal, and we as a government and as a ministry are doing the same. Mr. Speaker, we can say that because we are responsible for the education of young Fijians, we must always be at the cutting edge of technology. During COVID-19 lockdowns, we were able to provide our people with the same access to learning online like many other big nations. And this was not by sheer luck. This was through smart planning that we did years and years ago. The Fiji First government saw where the world was headed, and we planned accordingly. We did not want any Fijian to be left behind, and thus we see the high internet penetration rates and infrastructure that has enabled so many Fijians to go online and continue working, continue schooling, and of course continue to entertain themselves during this period of time. Mr. Speaker, I highlight this because the budget is a forward-thinking budget, just like all our past and current policies. We have spent strategically during a time when many are having cuts across the board. Part of the strategy, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that our children continue to get educated. Mr. Speaker, it's not only the children, but also the welfare of our teachers and all our civil servants that we are thinking about. Before the 2020-2021 Fijian national budget, many oppositions and many political parties openly called for a cut in our civil servant salaries. Every civil servant, including teachers, breathed a sigh of relief after the announcement and was grateful that our Minister for Economy had not announced that. The Fiji First government understands that civil servants need security, as well as during these challenging times, a pay cut was not the answer. Like I said, Mr. Speaker, we put our people first. Teachers are the custodians of knowledge and play an important role in the upbringing of the children. The Fijian government knows we must treat them and any other civil servant and empower them so that they can empower our children. We also urge teachers not to take this responsibility lightly because you are responsible for nurturing the future leaders of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, I also encourage the teachers to continue learning and upgrading their qualifications. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do our part in providing the best environment and opportunities for the Fijian people. But I'd like to remind everyone that you have a part to play here too. No longer can we afford to sit down and complain about things on social media. We must stand up and take responsibility for ourselves and our loved ones. We must be united, for a divided house will no doubt fall. We must not lock our fellow citizens outside the gates and instead be decent human beings who bring each other up. Parents must take responsibility for the children and teach them the importance of hard work and being decent human beings. Mr. Speaker, with COVID-19 already causing so much damage, we cannot let it do further damage by tearing apart the Bula spirit that we Fijians are well known for. At an online conference, I lamented on how it took a global pandemic to make us realize how insignificant our differences are. Education, Mr. Speaker, is so important, not just for academics and just for getting a good job, but also for the basic tenets of being a good person. As leaders of today, we have the unparalleled power to make a change by teaching against intolerance, corruption, and other behavior that damages our society as a whole. Mr. Speaker, we can stop this. We can stop this, and we should stop this by cutting out the roots of this evil values and beliefs and behavior by teaching our children the right thing. We are compassionate people, Mr. Speaker, and we must be prepared to help others when they are in need. And there never has been a better time to do so. The spirit of compassion equally applies to every single Fijian that we encounter, including this side and the other side as well. With that, Mr. Speaker, I once again give my full support to the 2020-2021 Fijian national budget. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable Minister for Education, the Arts, for her contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Viliame Ngavoka. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate on the 2021 budget. And let me just start by reflecting some of the comments made about our party by people who I know are very worried with the way things are developing within SODAPA. We had our special general meeting on Saturday, and the reports by both the major dailies was very balanced. And if I were a Fiji First member, I would be considering a career change in 2022. Honorable Speaker, one asks the question as to what is happening in the world today. We are being driven in this debate by COVID-19. We're looking at a budget, but COVID-19 is the issue that is driving this debate, this economy, and indeed the whole world. We see that no one is safe from this. We had Prince Charles who got infected, Prime Minister Johnson, President of Brazil, President Putin was under seclusion for a while there, likewise Angela Merkel, the Vice Chancellor of Germany, and even some superstars in Bollywood and Hollywood. And of course, the millions around the world. Let me put that into perspective, Honorable Speaker, because it's something that we need an answer to. It is like this, Honorable Speaker. About 2,000 years ago, at the Mount of Olives near Jerusalem, an event took place which saw Jesus Christ taken up to heaven, witnessed by his disciples. As the disciples were gazing upward, suddenly 2 men in white appeared and said, "Men of Galilee, why do you stand here looking into the sky? The same Jesus who has been taken from you into heaven will come back in the same way you have seen him go into heaven." All Christians, which is about a third of mankind, are expecting Jesus to come back as promised. This is fundamental to our faith. The day of his return, no one knows, including Jesus himself. Only the Father knows. But he warned us of what would happen when his return is imminent. He gave us signs we should watch for. In short, Honorable Speaker, it'll be a dreadful period, a time of great distress and an extreme anxiety, some of which we are experiencing today. And then the Lord will return in the clouds, and those who serve him will be caught up with him in the air. The trumpet will sound from heaven, and multitudes on earth will disappear in the twinkle of an eye to be with him. Generally known as the Day of the Lord, it will be the most tumultuous event unequaled since the beginning of time. As a Christian, Honorable Speaker, I would urge everyone to make the effort to know about all this. There are many in Fiji today who can guide you. Please look for them. My biggest fear is for someone to say, "Honorable Maboka, you knew about this and you did not tell us." No one should be left behind. COVID-19, Honorable Speaker, and what we are going through is part of the signs preceding the day of the Lord. But it should not be a period of despair, rather of comfort and hope, if as leaders we fear God and follow his ways. He says through the prophet Amos, chapter 5, 21-25, that he hates pretense and hypocrisy. He wants to see justice roll on like a river. The budget presented to the House, Honorable Speaker, does not meet the standards expected by free and God-fearing people. It was badly prepared, ignoring the voice of the people to have dialogue and contribute to the solutions to challenge the threats challenges and threats unprecedented in human history. These are extraordinary times and require unity of purpose, which unfortunately Fiji First could not harness and continue to refuse to do so. The opposition wanted a bipartisan approach, which government refused to take up. NGOs were denied submissions. Leading economists went to great length offering help, but was spurned. The voice of the people inherent in the parliamentary system of governance we subscribe to, such as the committees, could have been used, but were never considered. We end up with an irresponsible, deceitful, and rudderless budget. I have said in the floor of this parliament in March, Honorable Speaker, that COVID-19 is way too big for Fiji First to handle, and that it needs to reach out, but sadly it has not done so, believing their old merry ways of doing things will suffice. We are still busy opening police posts, seawalls, footpaths, and the like, while the country marches blindly towards the abyss. Honorable Speaker, civil unrest is a real threat worldwide, brought by hunger and loss of hope, and Fiji is not immune to that. While on the subject of hunger, Honorable Speaker, the Bible says that one day's wage will only get a loaf of bread in the coming days. And we know that the UN has been expressing concern about food security in the world today. We also at SODELPA, Honorable Speaker, hold that the budget should be for the people to meet their needs immediately, today and now. We should help our people in ways unimaginable in the past. Most other countries are doing so. What Fiji First is doing is grossly inadequate. The budget, Honorable Speaker, contained in these budget estimates with 325 pages has too much fat and can be trimmed in many ways, making significant savings. The budget continues to follow the established tradition of program budgeting, whereas with times like these, zero-based budgeting, as espoused by leading economists, may be the way to go. We do this in business, Honorable Speaker. During crisis, we go to zero-based budgeting. Hundreds of millions of dollars can be trimmed from the budget and given to the people in a programmed manner to see them through the pandemic. They should not be withdrawing money from the FNPF. That is criminal. It is obvious, Honorable Speaker, that government banks on tourism to be pivotal in economic recovery, given its relatively huge inventory in terms of airline seats, hotel rooms, transportation capacities on the ground and sea, and only needing tourists. I spoke about pent-up demands when debating the COVID-19 budget in March. It will happen, but we need to look after our people in tourism now. Many have been laid off in hotels, cruises, land transport, sea transport, airline and support services such as the airports and the like. They are the ones who will need to look after visitors, and we cannot go and hire and retrain. The workers need to continue being employed. There's much to do to maintain the tourism products at the standards Fiji is renowned for. With prudent planning and savings, government can find the money to keep the workers employed. Much of the incentives, Honorable Speaker, is geared towards making the tourism product affordable, and Fiji should be a very affordable destination once tourism returns. It begs the question as to whether the $60 million to entice tourists is needed. It sounds like overkill and somewhat reckless. All the operators in Fiji will be offering their own special deals, bringing down the land cost significantly. Perhaps subsidy can be given on airfare, but not to the tune of $60 million. After the 1987 events, the airfare from Sydney came down to $299, and that quickly recovered tourism from Australia. Something similar could be considered, subsidized by government, which is also easy to manage. Allocating the $400 to each visitor and dividing it to the various suppliers can be complex and compromise the initiative. It is better to just go through the airline and stimulate travel with an attractive airfare to Fiji. Honorable Speaker, operators need help with their banks. We know that the financial system is functioning well and there is available credit. But with no income, repayments of the principal loan and interest charges must be frozen until tourists return. A resort operator in the Azores had called me that his bank will no longer be able to help him as of September. If this is true, the RBF must come up with a scheme to back the banks and for them to provide relief to the hoteliers and other operators. A resort, Honorable Speaker, will need to continue operating the generators, the desalination plants, and the like, even without business, and must be given assistance if there is no money coming into the business, only costs being incurred. The people in the tourism areas must be encouraged to pursue other economic activities. We must lift the ban on the beach de mer and Ri. This has been in place for 3 years, Honorable Speaker. According to our people, the stock lying under the sea is substantial. And government should not continue to drag its feet in lifting the ban at a time like this. The subsistence economy, Honorable Speaker, along with the economic model for the rural areas must be strengthened. In fact, this model is keeping Fiji above water when compared to other countries. There's no lack of food in Fiji, unlike other countries. It's through the subsistence economy that we've had as part of our makeup. There is the sea for seafood, the mangroves and the land, all available as sources of sustenance. We must focus on these areas. Countries are internalizing the economies. For Fiji, this subsistence economy can be a huge part of the equation. It is encouraging, Honorable Speaker, that villages are now growing and selling vegetables at attractive prices by the roadsides, along the domain of other communities. This trend must be encouraged, as it will also lead to the reduction in leakages for tourism, with food supplies being purchased locally. Let me also stress that our tourism, this $3 billion industry, needs a world standard health system. If the testing for COVID-19 needs to be equal to Australia and New Zealand, there should be no compromise. We should have it. A survey carried out by the University of Queensland has indicated that health and hygiene issues will be paramount to tourists on their choice of destinations. We commend our health people with the manner with which they are keeping us safe from COVID-19, but we know our systems needs huge improvement. We also know that hygiene is a challenge Fiji-wide, and we must mobilize the required resources to keep our country clean. Mountains of rubbish on the roadside, Mr. Speaker, will turn tourists away, and unfortunately, this is a phenomenon that we see in Fiji. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, potholes create the wrong impressions. It makes Fiji look like a failed state. I don't drive now from Suva to Nandrong at night because of the potholes. I would urge governments to find solutions to this, temporary and permanent. No pothole must be left unattended before the workers go home. No one should be driving at night fearful that a road has a pothole in it. There must be a way, temporary and permanent. On other parts of the economy, there is mahogany, with some 6 million cubic meter of stock, valued at some $4 billion. As my colleague has said, these are sleeping giants, whose value must be fully realized to boost the economy. And Honorable Speaker, there is an inventory of projects that the private sector need to undertake to boost construction. But finance is the issue. And I again would ask the RBF to help banks support the developers. In the UK, Honourable Speaker, it is reported that Prime Minister Johnson has set aside £6 billion to boost construction, and his mantra is build, build, build. Together with this drive to simplify, together with this is his drive, Honourable Speaker, to simplify the process. Prime Minister Johnson knows that it's easy to say build, 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 but the processes in the UK are quite complicated, and Fiji is not too far off. In Fiji today, Honorable Speaker, it is better to buy a completed project than building a new one, as it is very hard to build with the many agencies wanting to have a say on projects. I hope the Minister is listening. It is easy to buy a completed project as opposed to starting a new one. It's so difficult. We are a developer of a project in Suva, Honorable Speaker, Nandongan Avasa Corporation. We are now told that there is now peer review by an engineer on our project. What it means, Honorable Speaker, is that an independent engineer has to give the okay on what our engineer is doing. This is just adding to the cost, to the difficulty of having a project done and completed. And for our project, Honorable Speaker, which has taken too long to secure the go-ahead, and we're still waiting, everyone we meet in the various agencies are acting in their positions. When can these people be confirmed and thereby take full ownership of their roles? There are too many people acting in Fiji. And government should really, government cannot be saying that ease of doing business has improved if positions are not confirmed with those who are running the show. Honorable Speaker, on the productive sectors, government needs to provide a sector-by-sector review of all we own and their potential. We need to know what we have and what can be done with copra, pine, mahogany, sandalwood, sugar, fisheries products, agricultural products in their many varieties, mining and the like. Honorable Speaker, I was shocked to learn that the approach by Fiji Water to manage Yangara has not been accepted by government. The people at Fiji Water are renowned beef people in the US. And speaking as a tourism operator, as a former hotelier, we import most of our beef. By having a quality operator managing Yangara and producing prime beef, we will no longer be importing, and that's helped the leakage factor that has always been the bane of tourism. I would urge the government to really look at that. If Fiji Water can do it, give it to them, Honorable Speaker. As I said, Honorable Speaker, countries are internalizing their economies. Fiji must do likewise with what it has. I'm confident that we have more than enough to keep us afloat as a country. And Honorable Speaker, in terms of relationships, the regional powerhouse, Australia and New Zealand, should be the people we strengthen our relationship with. I have always advocated for PACER Plus. We've always been rebuffed by the government because they were thinking of protecting the local economies. Now that you've taken away the duties on most local producers, there's no need now to protect them. We must get into PACER Plus and open up export from Fiji into these big economies. And Honorable Speaker, I've been blamed in this House for being too pro-Australia, that I always lobby for Australia. It's not true, Honorable Speaker. It's just that a huge economy of some $1.5 trillion US, right at our doorstep, should be the economy we align ourselves to. In closing, let me take us back to the times we live under. In Israel, at the height of COVID-19, there was an earthquake. And a woman was heard to ask, what else? We have COVID, we have earthquake. Likewise in Fiji, trying to cope with COVID-19, we also got TC Herald. Yes, we also asked, what else? Honorable Speaker, we are the what else generation. Conditions in the world will continue to slide in ways we cannot control. But with faith in our Maker and placing Him as foremost in our lives, we will come through all this. He wants us to have dialogue in good faith, to love our country, to love each other. Our system of government allows us that, and we must make the system work for our country and overcome COVID-19 and all other threats that will come. Sadly, Honorable Speaker, this budget has not observed the process in good faith and has fallen way short of expectations, and I do not support it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for his presentation, and I now give the floor to the Honourable Minister, Pravin Bala. You have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Ministers, Honourable Members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of the 2020-2021 National Budget delivered by the Honourable Minister of Economy. Mr. Speaker, let me congratulate the Honourable Minister and his team for a considered budget. A considered budget for its overall impact through a range of incentive measures designed to cushion the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and to ensure that all Fijians and their families are given relief in equal measures during these testing times. Mr. Speaker, this is a budget that is smart in its rationale and is clear and simple in its setting of physical goals and achievable outputs and outcomes. Every dollar, Mr. Speaker, that has been allocated is shared with a clear intention that benefits all Fijians. It is a timely budget that will confront the issues of today for the economic and social well-being for all Fijians for tomorrow and beyond. It is a budget that is going to help the poorest of the poor, whether someone is running a small and medium enterprise business or just a worker in those businesses, or any ordinary Fijian living in the urban centers or at the most remote part of Fiji. Mr. Speaker, this budget is going to help everyone, as our Honourable Prime Minister is always committed to the motto, leave no one behind. The Fiji First government will always work for the betterment of all Fijians. Mr. Speaker, allow me to make a few general comments before I turn to specific remarks relating to the areas that falls under my ministerial portfolio. Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Minister for Economy has pointed out, a lot has happened since March 26, and this government delivered its COVID-19 response budget. This most important consideration, above all others, is to ensure the health of all Fijians and then to keep Fiji working. Mr. Speaker, it is often said that simplicity is the key to brilliance. I believe that the quote first came from famous Bruce Lee, and it applies well to this budget. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this simple message is not getting through to some. Maybe we should get Bruce Lee to teach some simplicity to some of these people. By some, I mean some sideline politicians, apart from the usual politics of nonsense of some inside this house, including the U-turn we have seen this morning from the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After earlier making positive noises on this budget, you want to really know about the U-turn? First go and sort it out, your leader, who is the party leader. Fix all the bolts and nuts, then come and ask here. Mr. Speaker, the Fijian needs to be careful, even afraid, of this kind of flip-flop politics from a flip-flop political leaders. All Fijians will do well to remember the looting of public funds from the NBF and other entities when the leader of the opposition-led government.
Order.
Order.
He knows that under his leadership, there was no economic progress and safety net for Fijians, apart from the select few who benefited from the NBF saga. Which, Mr. Speaker said, let me also remind the people of Fiji that we are still paying for. It is important to remind Fijians of the dark and dirty days of government under the Honourable Leader of Opposition. Even without a global pandemic crisis, it is also important that all Fijians remember that even economic growth and progress had come to standstill, and the Honourable Leader of Opposition could not even get his own government to pass the budget in 1993, and I think some of you were part of that. The records speak for itself, and the record for the Fiji First Party stands out, and this budget is a good reminder to all Fijians of the visionary leadership of the Honourable Prime Minister and his team. On a related note, Mr. Speaker said that the leader of the Labour Party, like that of the opposition members, continues to criticize the national budget. It is time they get it straight that playing the same tune from the sideline does not do anything for the Fijians, even it does not create jobs. It does not create a social welfare net in this time of global pandemic crisis. And despite what they might think, it is time for them to accept the reality of COVID-19 impact and stop misleading the ordinary Fijians. Mr. Speaker said we find the same lack of bipartisan support from Honourable Biman Prasad. The same negative comments with no substance. He should find it out what a good government does during a time of crisis. Yes, it borrows and spends. And yes, it must let go of consideration of budget deficit and the like, because it has to work on a plan of survival towards revival. That is the simple economics of dealing with a global crisis, Mr. Speaker said. And it is this simple plan that is working through this budget. In a crisis like this, Mr. Speaker said, governments have no previous comparable example to work with. This is not normal times. We are in a new normal, and this budget deals with that new normal. Not the old world economics that Honourable Prasad lives by. It no longer applies in the new normal. What applies is the good sense and clear sense of direction that his budget provides as it maps out way forward for all the Fijians. At least have the good grace to acknowledge what hundreds of thousands of Fijians have done. Not just admit but applaud the fact that this government has come up with a definite master plan in this budget to not only ride the storm of the pandemic but come out stronger. Mr. Speaker said, we are also disappointed to see some civil society organizations. They're jumping on the bandwagon now. This budget, like those past Fiji First budgets, goes through a thorough consultation process where Fijians has a platform to contribute. Even during this pandemic, the consultations were taken to the people, and I congratulate the Honourable Minister and his team for taking the consultation to the people, that is the grassroots. Yet the civil society organizations, leaders seems to think that they need to be given a special status when it comes to the consultation. Mr. Speaker said they could have participated in one of the consultations if they were really interested or cared about these ordinary Fijians that they're talking about now. This pandemic is not the time for beating your own drums. It is time for collective action, like this budget provides for, in order to sustain all Fijians, Mr. Speaker said. And in the middle of the global pandemic, it is a proud moment for Fiji to have acted proactively and bravely as a small island nation to achieve this. Mr. Speaker said, globally, as noted in the budget address, the world has changed for the worse since our last budget in 2019. We cannot sit and hope. We cannot dream and wish away the pandemic. All we can do is to take advantage of our COVID-contained status and prepare to deal with the situation as it unfolds. all the time with an eye out for better times ahead when the pandemic comes under control globally. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will continue to maintain an efficient and effective service delivery under this new budget allocation. In sustaining our service delivery, my ministry will continue strengthening collaboration with our stakeholders to ensure unemployed Fijians find new employment opportunities or become job creators through other government initiatives with relevant line ministries. As noted, Mr. Speaker, in the budget address, over 300 million jobs have been lost worldwide. Here in Fiji, we note that around 115,000 Fijians, one-third of our workforce, have had their hours reduced or lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, we welcome 100 million available to make sure every unemployed Fijian is able to access their full relief payment. But we are also pleased, Mr. Speaker, to note the range of incentives for businesses and reiterate the words of the Honourable Minister that it is time to be generous rather than being greedy. The move to stimulate the economy through a never-before-seen or heard range of tax and excise duty cuts is also greatly welcome, Mr. Speaker. The trick here will be ensuring that our business leaders guarantee that this trickle-down effect is immediate and a steady stream to ensure that more workers are employed. As mentioned in the budget, Mr. Speaker, the number one priority, we need to bring back jobs. And number two, so long as this pandemic remains, so must our safety net for those who are unemployed and those whose hours and salaries have been cut. The time to work harder and smarter is upon us as never before, Mr. Speaker. This is a time for a no retreat and no surrender approach when it comes to providing greater opportunities and incentives to all Fijians. On this, let me add, Mr. Speaker, in today's world of work, the traditional enforcement method on reactive employment-based approach no longer works and it is not cost-effective. I am pleased to report to this august House that my ministry is pioneering an online model of labour inspection management system with the assistance of the International Labour Organization. Mr. Speaker, this system will ensure that the labour inspection conducted have up-to-date data and the information is stored in a web-based application system which will ensure greater accountability and reliable labour services are provided to all employers and workers. Mr. Speaker, my ministry will work in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and the operators in the tourism industry to ensure that COVID-19 workplace health and safety guidelines in the new normal are maintained. The budget allocation for a new micro, medium and small initiative is also greatly welcome, Mr. Speaker, and apart from providing immediate relief from the pandemic effect, I believe that we will have new job creators emerging from these schemes. Mr. Speaker this will add greatly to the existing schemes in this direction. The Ministry of Youth and Sports, through its Youth Feed the Nation program, is providing grants to youth clubs and individuals to seed funds their micro and small businesses, as well as in the agriculture sector. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, in this program how many youths, some from industries like tourism, have successfully repurposed their skill sets to set up businesses of their own, or to engage in community-based food security and climate sustainability programs. We have found that this enables them to support and feed their families and wider communities. Mr. Speaker, we welcome 5 million to upskilling and reskilling workers whose old jobs have been lost, but for whom new opportunities await. Mr. Speaker, I note that there are broad-based changes, including the removal of stamp duties on any government document, which should free up our business community to invest in healthier and happier workplace. I would like to repeat the words of the Honourable Minister that your nation needs your generosity, not your greed. Your profits should be felt by your employees, both those still working and those you know can bring back after letting go. Mr. Speaker, I note and extend my support to the notion in the budget that these measures benefit all, that is employers, employees, and the consumers. The triangle of employment, industrial relation, and productivity requires a lot of goodwill and common sense, Mr. Speaker said. From my Ministry of Employment point of view, this will mean jobs will be sustained and even more will be created. And I welcome the flow-on effect of the budget measures that will have on cost of living. Mr. Speaker said, I welcome and support the budget initiative of prioritizing opportunities for employment and to have more sustainable public spending packages and removing those that are not working and providing the best returns for government investment. Let me also acknowledge and support the government for demonstrating true leadership with the leaders taking pay cuts, Mr. Speaker said, and by not cutting civil service salary. Civil service salary are important not just for the individuals, but for the many families and wider communities that they support, from villages to settlements to farmers, Mr. Speaker said. I must commend the various arms of government for their untiring effort to keep our country running. This is a good example for all to follow. As many of the members of the government has pointed out, Mr. Speaker said, this is not the time to hold back and hope for the best. We must continue to be the best we can be in order to achieve the best. The workers, employers, and the workplace, this means a rethinking of how businesses can be best done, Mr. Speaker said. Everyone must step up and be counted. Before I make my concluding remarks, Mr. Speaker said, I would like to thank all the staffs and stakeholders in my two-line ministries, which is Employment and Ministry of Youth and Sports, for their continued work and support for all activities and programs. For much of this pandemic period, the two ministries have combined resources, for example, in the National COVID-19 Employment Survey and in other areas, Mr. Speaker said. During this pandemic, we more than ever need to empower Fijian youth now to take charge of their future, and this budget sets an example of how to get things done, how to take head-on challenges and meet it with a well-prepared and workable action plans. This, Mr. Speaker said, will provide that empowerment for our youth, so if decades down the line, if another disaster hits, that these young Fijians will be able to lead, following the example set by the Fiji Face government during this hour of crisis. As the containment of COVID-19 has progressed, Mr. Speaker said, I note the easing of restrictions and the effect that is had on our sporting nation. And I welcome the patience of our sporting organizations and sports people who have now adopted safe COVID practice as sports has made a comeback. At this juncture, we welcome the announcement that any sponsor who donates to a Fiji National Sports Commission registered entity will receive a 150% tax reduction, Mr. Speaker said. And furthermore, the $10,000 minimum threshold has been removed. As we have seen even in countries where COVID-19 is active, professional sports has continued. We see a whole host of Fijian superstars back in action as the National Rugby League, the Australian and New Zealand Super Leagues has restarted. They are an important and high-impact contributor to our economy through remittance. And my ministry will continue to support youth as they move towards this professional pathway into sports. Mr. Speaker said the Fiji Face government has a solid and proven record. Recovery from events that are not of their making. Whether it is COVID-19, the global financial meltdown, Category 5 Cyclone Winston, or Cyclone Harold, including other extreme weather events of the legacies of failed governments and governance system. We have delivered and we will continue to deliver for all Fijians. Mr. Speaker said, I thank this August House for the opportunity to speak on a historic and a landmark budget document for 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker said, I would like to once again declare my full support for the 2020-2021 national budget. Thank you, and Vinaka.
Honourable members, I thank the Minister, Pravin Bala, for his contribution to the debate. Honourable members, on that note, we will now suspend proceedings for refreshments in the big committee room. Parliament will resume in half an hour. We suspend the meeting.
Honorable members, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, we will continue with the debate on the budget. I now give the floor to the Honorable Honoré Charlie. You have the floor, sir.
The Honourable Speaker, Sir, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the government budget estimate for the period 2020 to 2021. There is no doubt about it, we are living in unprecedented times. The 2-hour delay for the budget address was unprecedented. No apology, no explanation as Fiji and the world waited. Clearly, there was something wrong. The economy as its unprecedented worst. The Honourable Minister of Economy admits in his budget address that Fiji's economy activity has dropped to its lowest level ever. The inclusion of the COVID-19 disease as an act of God is unprecedented, when previously it was only confined to natural disasters. These unprecedented situations have led to desperate measures. Mr. Speaker, sir, this budget estimate, in my view, can be regarded as an anti-poor, insensitive, and a debt trap. A culmination of errors and bad decisions that the government had made in regards to its fiscal and monetary policies, the years of wastage through handouts and failing to save and plan for rainy days are evidently clear in the financial situation that the ruling government had created and had placed the people of Fiji in. There is no denying that Fiji's declining financial situation, confirmed by available data, has started well before the time COVID-19 was first detected in Wuhan in China. Let us face the reality. The economy is in a mess. And let's face it, we are now in this mess together. We have to cooperate to meet the challenges facing us. We have to see that the little we have is better targeted to maximize the benefit to the people of the nation. That will require the honorable members at the other side of the House, more so the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy, to open their mind, listen and give due and fair consideration to suggestions and valuable ideas that will come from the opposition and other stakeholder groups. Honorable Speaker, I will touch on some key areas, including the impact on the poor, foreign affairs, civil service, shipping and air services. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is also unprecedented that the majority of the Fiji population is facing hardship, and no doubt facing poverty. As the Honorable Minister of Economy admitted, already 115,000 Fijians, one-third of our workforce, have had their hours reduced or lost their jobs entirely. If we apply the number of 5 dependents per person, a couple and an average of 3 children, this is a total of 575,000 people. This is more than half of the total population of Fiji, who can be classified as poor. Mr. Speaker, sir, the removal of customs duties from 1,600 items, as announced by the Minister for Economy, will only bring minimal relief and benefit to the majority of the people of Fiji, the poor, and especially those that live in rural and maritime areas. In fact, the removal of custom duties from those items obviously was and is intended to benefit the tourism industry and the rich. What would have brought about smiles to the faces of majority Fijians is the removal of VAT from basic food items. To the poor, it is a matter of survival. I urge the government to be considerate of the poor by removing VAT on basic need food items. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a major employer, the government is normally looked upon as a trend setter in the employment market. Noting that salary cuts will be limited to permanent secretaries, CEOs and heads of commissions and independent bodies, the government's decision that there will be no reduction for the majority of civil servants is commendable. Considering the financial situation in Fiji now, that is likely to deteriorate further in the future. I fear the worst for civil servants. The recent action by the government to change and widen the definition of act of God to include pandemics such as COVID-19, from my understanding, places in the hands of employers, including government, the power to terminate employment without following normal process required under the labor laws, including individual and collective agreements. Vacancies are not being filled and overtime not paid. This will impact on the productivity of the civil service and will impose extra burden on those that have to take on the responsibilities for vacant and unfilled positions. My plea to government is that redundancy should be the last resort and jobs must be saved at all costs. Mr. Speaker, sir, on foreign affairs, I have noted the decision to permanently close some of the missions abroad, including Washington, D.C. and Brussels. And the reason given is that, I quote, they do not reliably make returns on government's investment in their operation. End of quote. This is a rather short-sighted and an insult. There are major economic and security returns that have been overlooked. There seems to be a lack of proper consideration and consultation in the matter. Whilst I note the move to close some of our missions abroad, I call on the government to reconsider the plan to close Washington, D.C. and Brussels missions. The United States of America is one of our traditional partners, and we have stood side by side in times of peace and war. And the United States of America is viewed as the world's military and economic superpower. We have benefited from the United States of America in the past in terms of aid, training, and security cooperation. In addition, Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji has benefited much from the remittances that our people living and working in the United States of America have been sending to Fiji. The emerging security situation developing in the South China Sea between the United States of America and China will have rippling effect on the countries in the Asia and Pacific region. The rise of China influence in the politics of the Pacific should be a major concern to Fiji and the Pacific countries, especially in relation to debt trap diplomacy. It would be prudent for the government of Fiji to keep its mission open in Washington, D.C. If Washington, D.C. is closed, would this cause the United States of America government to also consider closing its embassy in Fiji? Brussels is the center of the European Union. The European Union is a major development partner to the Pacific and especially Fiji. European development aid to Fiji is mainly funded via the European Development Fund. The current national funding cycle for 2014 to 2020 amounts to 28 million euros, which is approximately 64 million Fijian dollar. Fiji has benefited under the Regional Indicative Program for the Pacific for 2014 to 2020. In addition, Mr. Speaker, sir, our Brussels mission is Fiji's direct link to the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States, which is based in Brussels. The OACP was created by the Georgetown Agreement in 1975. Formerly known as ACP, the organization's main objective are sustainable development and poverty reduction within its member states, as well as their greater integration into the world's economy. All of the member states, except Cuba, are signatories to the Cotonou Agreement with the European Union. The Cotonou Agreement, signed in Cotonou in June 2000, is a successor to the previous Lomé Convention, had expired in February 2020. Fiji is playing a lead role with the other Pacific negotiators in the post-Cotonou discussions and will negatively impact our role in the negotiation when it closes its embassy. Again, I'm asking, what if the European Union decides to close or relocate its delegation of European Union for Pacific, currently based in Fiji? A further question to be asked is whether the same yardstick was used to decide the permanent closure of the 5 missions was also applied to the missions being maintained, especially in Geneva, Beijing, Jakarta, and Abu Dhabi. If the government does not reconsider its decision to close the Washington, D.C. and Brussels missions, the SODELPA government will move to reopen the missions immediately when it comes to power. Mr. Speaker, sir, it has been over a year when a petition on the shipping service to the province of Laos was accepted in this August House and referred to the Standing Committee on Social Affairs to inquire into and to file a report to Parliament. The people of Laos, and I'm sure the other maritime provinces in Fiji, were looking in anticipation to the report of the committee, but nothing is in sight. It brings to question the parliamentary process in the standing order in terms of the timely completion and the filing of standing committee reports on petitions. And something should be done to see that inquiries and investigation reports by standing committees are brought back to Parliament without delay and referred to the responsible authority for necessary action. On the shipping subsidy, I thank the government for the increase of around $290,000 from the 2019 to 2020 allocation under Head 40. Whilst on the subject, I wish to raise with the Minister responsible the concerns raised with me on my constituency visit to Vanumbalavu, village of Dalidoni, Malaka, and Muamua. These three villages are about half an hour by ship from Nambavatu Estate. The shipping franchise provides for a franchise ship visiting Vanumbalavu to anchor, unload, and load cargoes at Nambavatu Estate. The three villages that I have mentioned are only a stone's throw away from Nambavatu, but have to hire trucks costing $100 per trip to collect their cargoes from Loma Loma or bring for loading their cargoes to Suva. The franchise scheme should allow the ship to stop at Dalidoni village to enable the three villages to unload and load their cargoes. This is an example of how the grassroots people can fully benefit from government programs rather than being financially burdened unnecessarily. This may be the same in other islands in the maritime provinces. The other concerns raised was that the shipping owners are using civil servants to sign and confirm that a ship had fulfilled the franchise requirements when calling on an island and is free to depart the island. On several instances, ships on franchise depart the island without unloading all cargoes and before it loads cargoes for Suva. It is suggested that only the Turanganikoro, Matanitikina, or a village nurse should sign the confirmation that a ship has fulfilled the franchise requirements in order to stop shipping companies from manipulating the system to their advantage and depriving the villagers their rights. I have noted the increase by 75 million of the capital budget in Head 43 for the Fiji Roads Authority from the 2019 to 2020 budget estimate. However, the authority's capital budget does not provide for repairs, construction of wharf and jetties. Jetties are critical for the efficient transportation to maritime provinces and should not be neglected by the government. Maritime and rural areas should be given their fair share of development budget in comparison to that allocated to urban areas. The jetties in Naroi in Moala, Tarukua in Didia, and Loma Loma in Vanumbalavu have been in depleted states for a long period of time, despite numerous representation to the government and the Fiji Roads Authority for necessary action, and I call on the government to effect adjustment and make specific allocation for the repairs of the mentioned jetties in 2020-21 budget estimate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have noted with concern the reduction on the domestic air services subsidy by $330,000 from the 2019 to 2020 budget estimate. Under Head 3, domestic air service provided a vital role in the provision of transportation to remote islands in Fiji where there are no jetties. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, in islands without jetty, disabled and elderly people are brought onto ships during bad weather in nettings used to load and unload cargoes? I have previously raised the concern of the people of Onilau that the island of Onilau has not been serviced by domestic services for a number of years. Obviously, his franchise air service was stopped. So after I spoke at the COVID-19 response budget estimate debate about this matter, another member of parliament asked me the meaning of what the Honorable Prime Minister was doing when I was raising the concern of the people of Onilau. The Honorable member related to me that the Prime Minister bent his head forward and was moving his hand like this. I asked the member, are you sure he was doing that? The member said, yes. I then said to the member, oh, the Prime Minister was telling the House that if the plane does not fly to Ono, then the people of Onilau should swim to Suva. I'm extending an invitation to the Prime Minister to visit Onilau again soon, so that he can show the people of Onilau how to swim to Suva. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have been hearing from the Minister of Economy about unprecedented growth. The question is, was there real growth? COVID-19 has been conveniently blamed for government's past failures. Mismanagement of the economy has led the majority of Fijians to fall into deeper hardship, becoming poor, and government has the audacity to hand down an anti-poor budget. The ill-conceived decision to close missions, especially in Washington, D.C. and Brussels, will diminish Fiji's global influence and increase our security vulnerability. I cannot support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Honourable Charlie, and I now give the floor to the Assistant Minister for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation, the Honourable Veena Bhatnagar. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Prime Minister, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Members of this August House, my fellow Fijians, Nisambula Vinaka, and a very good afternoon to you all. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise with pleasure to address this August House on the 2020-2021 budget allocated to the Ministry for Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. Our ministry has had several increases in the budget allocations for the past few years, and it is the same for the next fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the 11th of March 2020, the World Health Organization classified COVID-19 as a global pandemic. Since then, most countries are facing unprecedented challenges from COVID-19, and the challenge to governments is even more extreme, as the impact on people all over the world continues to grow. The pandemic is impacting people daily from all angles: health, economics, social, logistics, politics, education, relationships, and much more. The spread of COVID-19 is nothing short of a wildfire in a drought. But the remarkable thing about Fiji is how well we managed to flatten the curve within an unimaginable period of time. It was also remarkable how quickly the Fiji First government responded through a supplementary budget to prepare us economically to sustain the country from the crippling effects of this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fijian government, at a time of a crisis that no country had prepared for, made quick and tough decisions to control the spread of the virus while addressing the economic demands of the situation. This very evidently illustrates the clarity, the promptness, and the principles this government channels when it deals with the lives of Fijians. If the term quick response had a face, it would be the Fiji First government's. And for this, I wish to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for steering this government in a direction that puts its people first and foremost. I thank the Prime Minister for being a leader who thinks not only for today, but tomorrow as well. Mr. Speaker, sir, they say by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. This government and the upcoming fiscal year's budget is a budget for preparedness, because the Fijian government does not wish to fail our people, our coming generations at any cost. The progressive ideas, the proactive measures and forward thinking applied in the 2021 budget preparation is indeed extraordinary, and I thank and applaud the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister for Economy and his team for giving us a budget that not only addresses the challenges of the people, but also provides a platform to revive the economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is so welcoming to note that even the United Nations has commended the Fijian government for a bold and courageous budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, this new budget continues to prioritize what matters to our people: free education, free medicine, housing benefits, social protection for the vulnerable members of the society, subsidies on utilities, tax reductions to cushion the losses felt by the tourism sector, ease on student loan repayments, ease in establishing and running SMEs, and much more. Mr. Speaker, sir, the supplementary budget debate that happened in this August House some months ago was a perfect indication of how the political agenda remains the only agenda of our friends on the other side of the House. From demanding pay cuts for the civil servants in an attempt to save their own benefits being reduced to outright saying that government brought COVID-19 into Fiji, and even saying that the Ministry of Health had done nothing. These appalling remarks made me wonder if the Fijian people and our progress as a nation is ever a priority to the opposition. Mr. Speaker, sir, in light of the measures announced by the Honorable Attorney General, there isn't much to debate. We have yet again come up with a straightforward, strategic approach with the interest of our Fijian families at heart to deal with this crisis and ensure that there is sustainability and stimulation of activity in our economy. Our leaders have managed to meet and collaborate with businesses and financial institutions to devise a practical solution to cater for our current economic needs. We aren't cutting pay cuts of ordinary Fijians in the civil service. We aren't abandoning government's ongoing incentives to the most vulnerable segments of the Fijian population. Instead, we are financially securing the most vulnerable through the continued allotment of budget for all of our social protection programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my capacity as Assistant Minister, I have been entrusted with the responsibility of progressing programs related to persons living with disabilities in Fiji. And the 2021 budget is yet another reminder that the Fijian government has the best interest of its most vulnerable population at heart, no matter what the crisis is. Mr. Speaker, sir, 10% of the Fijian population is estimated to be made up of persons living with disabilities, or more accurately, persons with special abilities. These persons are equally entitled to constitutional equality and human rights, and we are here as leaders of this country to ensure that they are not left behind while we take Fiji forward. Mr. Speaker, sir, persons with disabilities often encounter discrimination and exclusion on a daily basis. This means, in particular, pervasive exclusion from development programs and funds, education, employment, healthcare services, communication, information, infrastructure, economic empowerment programs, and transport services. In addition, the effects of climate change, such as natural disasters, food insecurity, conflict situations, and global pandemics, one of which we are currently facing, make persons with disabilities disproportionately affected. But the good news is, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is changing for Fiji, and this change is a result of the collaborative and concerted efforts of government, civil society, organizations, development partners, and communities. For example, in older times, deaf persons would not have been able to watch the parliamentary sitting and what we talk about and decide about them as Fijians in here. The Fijian government did not limit this change to parliamentary sessions, but also ensured that each time a press conference was held by the government in relation to COVID-19, an interpreter always stood beside the speaker. And I also take this opportunity to call out the cyberbullying that one of the interpreters was subjected to. And that has been an excellent indicator of how discriminatory, derogatory, and despicable the mentality still is around persons living with disability. This mentality needs to go, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Fiji First government continues to support the welfare needs of persons living with disabilities through social protection programs, and the political will is evident in the budget allocation for all this in the fiscal year 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 2020-2021 budget has seen a great increase in the grant towards the Fiji National Council for Disabled Persons, which is tasked to reach out to people in rural areas and ensure that there is disability development in Fiji. Government has allocated $500,000 to the FNCDP, $150,000 more from the supplementary budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, the disability allowance by the Fijian government continues in the new fiscal year, an allocation of 9.355 million, which is an increase of 3 million from the COVID supplementary budget and over 4 million from the original 2019-2020 budget. This program currently assists over 7,000 beneficiaries. The continuance of this program will ease the financial burden on low-income earning families who look after their loved ones with disabilities, but are challenged with the additional cost in catering for their special needs. The $90 per head allowance per month is also the only source of financial support to some, as they are not in a position to support themselves due to their disabilities. The ministry is extremely thankful for the political will of the Fiji First government shown through this allocation to improve the status of the disabled persons in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is no myth that governments cannot work in silos. We have always benefited well from partners with the civil society, and the disability NGOs have been instrumental in lobbying for the rights and issues of people living with disabilities. The allocation of 400,000 grant to these organizations and an increase of $200,000 from the COVID supplementary budget is to strengthen them in their operations and programs to provide greater service to Fijians living with disabilities, and also adequately represent them in decision making. I cannot stress enough that the alliance between government and non-governmental sectors, including faith-based organizations and the private sector, is crucial if we are to make good progress in creating a right-based, fully inclusive and barrier-free society in Fiji. I wish to convey my heartfelt appreciation to the disability organizations in Fiji, particularly for raising COVID-19 related awareness with the Fijians living with disabilities. In tough times like these, they have been very important helpers of the government. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this point, I wish to mention and commend our REACH project team, because they play a very important role in taking services to those who cannot come to us. This phenomenal outreach program is especially useful for persons living with disabilities in rural communities, and more so now with the need to maintain social distancing. The project is also supported by the government with an allocation of $150,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. Aligned to the government's commitment to ensure access to equal rights and justice, the Fijian government has allocated $20,000 for the economic empowerment of persons living with disabilities and $50,000 for the implementation of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2018 in the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Overall, we are very satisfied with the budget allocated to support the needs and development of Fijians living with disabilities, and I must add, we should only consume as much as we can digest. Every time you see somebody standing up, oh, this ministry should have got more, or the other ministry should have got more. Right now, we have enough to chew. These allocations are adequate to execute the plans the ministry has in place for persons living with disabilities in the next 12 months. Mr. Speaker, sir, in my capacity as the Assistant Minister for Women, I'd be failing in my duty if I do not acknowledge the vital role women play in this fight against COVID-19. Our mothers play a critical role in ensuring that our families practice good hygiene and ensure that our children are safe in our homes. I urge our mothers be on the front line and to keep our families safe in these difficult times. Take care of the mental health of your loved ones, as stress and depression in these times will only harm our ability to recover. I encourage the women listening today to make use of the opportunity that government has provided with this budget, especially in terms of entrepreneurial incentives. You are gifted and you have the ability to translate your gifts to incomes, so go for it. Mr. Speaker, sir, at this juncture, may I add that we must immensely be proud that a woman is leading our battle against COVID-19 from the front line. And I take this time to thank Dr. Alisha Alkan, the head of health protection at the Ministry for Health, and a team, together with the hundreds of our nurses, doctors, discipline forces staff, for their commitment and diligence in carrying their call of duty. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is rather unfortunate that the members of the opposition fail to understand the depth of character illustrated in the 2020-2021 national budget. Perhaps they were too preoccupied with other agendas. Any person with a sense of economic understanding will fortify the fact that impacts of tax reforms, entrepreneurial incentives and other benefits will trickle down to the pockets of an ordinary Fijian. Not only does this budget have a Fijian people at heart, it naturally addresses day-to-day issues that encircle our people and provides a plethora of opportunities that objectifies our journey to pre-COVID economic wellness. However, one must have an eye for visionary concepts to understand this. And our friends on the other side of the house are unfortunately entangled in their own imagination and agendas, or should I say intellectual limitations. Mr. Speaker, sir, we can fight this crisis, but not alone. We can overcome this, but not alone. So let's unite and show this coronavirus that we are stronger than it is and that we will not succumb to it, but we will overcome it, fight it. I would like to close with a promise that the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation is equipped to look after the welfare of those living with disabilities, even in a crisis. And with the new budget, we are ready to take on the challenge to continue to assist them. We will continue to reach out to Fijians living with disabilities at the community levels to the best of our capacity to ensure they are heard and they are helped. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I say thank you, before another opposition member stands up and says and talks about the closing down of the embassies, I must remind them, closing down of embassies does not mean closing down of services. The services will continue, so please be reminded. And thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving us the time,
Order.
for giving me the time.
Order.
I fully support this budget. Thank you.
Order.
Vinaka Bakalevu.
I thank the Honourable Assistant Minister for Women, Children, Poverty Alleviation. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Andite Mumukepa. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, given that the total debt level stated by the Minister of Economy is at approximately 7 billion, and that the Reserve Bank of Fiji's latest projection that Fiji's economy will contract by an unprecedented 21.7% in 2020, Fiji is in dire straits economically. This means that government's debt payments, according to Honourable Biman Prasad, an economic expert in his own right, is almost $100 million per month. Whereas repayment of debts back in 2006 for every man, woman and child was $3,000 per capita, repayments of debts today is 3 times that, at $9,000 per capita. It is no wonder, with such depressing figures, that so many of our people are struggling. What does this mean for the Ministry of Education? The implication is that the 2020-2021 budget has decreased from last year. Fortunately, wages and salaries are intact, but for more job creation, as outlined by the Minister, is going to be difficult with a decreased budget. What is important, Honourable Minister, is that this decreased budget provides the quality of service delivery for teachers and students. In this budget, and based on recent experience, items designated under R for requisition have many times not been implemented. And this is reflected in the Auditor General's reports for multiple years, where allocations were unutilized or underspent. This means that maintenance and upgrading of physical facilities, for instance, have been grossly neglected. Funds were instead wired, transferred elsewhere to cover over expenditures in other areas or to serve government's debt repayments. And this is reflected on the ground in the state of government facilities and infrastructure. For rural, remote and maritime schools, Honourable Minister, Honourable Speaker, who are relying on boats and outboard motors, as recently highlighted in the media, to transport students across rivers and seas, the $200,000 under R caters for that allocation. How are these schools prioritized so schools that really need it get it? Of interest to yourself, Honourable Speaker, is the allocation of $689,085, which is for the completion of the new Mbao College for this budget year 2020 to 2021, with 2.5 million, Honourable Speaker, already in the COVID-19 response budget in March of this year, but this does not make sense. How much of that amount has already been used from March to today? Is this $689,085 part of that 2.5 million, or what is it? We have little way of knowing. With it under R, it does not seem likely that this allocation will be used either in the expected time remaining. With schools being told by the Minister to defer capital projects, to put it on hold because of the reduction in the ministry budget, makes it more likely that hardly any item under R will be seriously considered for implementation. This is very sad. Why get people's hopes up only to let them down? Just out of curiosity, Honourable Speaker, what of the landmark policies of free milk, free laptops, and free education? Much touted initiatives prior to the 2014 elections. Much talk, Honourable Speaker, was generated on free milk and Weet-Bix for the pupils in excess of 20,000 Class 1 pupils per year. No proper feasibility study was done on these initiatives. No consultation with stakeholders, teachers, guardians, parents, teacher unions, no one. So free milk was distributed to Class 1 students Fiji-wide, together with all the bragging and boasting. Honourable Speaker, when things didn't go right, the ministry predictably started amending the poorly designed and poorly executed policy. Free milk and Weet-Bix was to be given only to rural schools, or was it only to urban schools? In the 2020-2021 budget, free milk and Weet-Bix is to be given to neither rural nor urban, as it has disappeared from the budget. And it is given to no one, although there was a $250,000 allocation in the COVID-19 response budget. My question, Honourable Speaker, is what type of auditing or evaluation has been done on this allocation now that it has disappeared? How did the children benefit from it? Did they become healthier? What about their bones and teeth? Did it improve with the calcium that was provided for them? Or was this a political gimmick for children to believe that this was for their well-being? Never mind the gullible voters who helped get Fiji First into government with 32 seats, and not forgetting the businesses that profited from this $1 million exercise, short-lived as it was. To continue, does anyone from the other side of the House remember the promise of 1 laptop per child that was touted so loudly and so insistently prior to, during, and shortly after the 2014 elections? What happened to that great idea, Honorable Speaker? You may have forgotten, but we haven't. Was it just another lie to the children? That was well before this COVID-19 new normal. Honorable Speaker, these laptops would have been very useful right now for students had they been delivered on these Fiji First promises. And they could have been funded if government wasn't so wasteful in unproductive areas elsewhere, such as the millions upon millions, Honorable Speaker, poured into vehicle leasing every month for several years running. This year alone, vehicle leasing is approximately $29 million. Such a waste of money. So shallow and all for show, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Fiji First. On the free education grant, again, no consultations prior to implementation. Is it any wonder then that the Fiji Education Grant is a regular feature of every Auditor General's report since its inception? Schools are very concerned at the decreasing allocations from 2014, where it was $250 per child, and in 2016, it was reduced to $200 per child. In 2018, there was a change of direction, again, no consultations, where the Ministry of Education classified schools where small and medium schools were provided $150 per child, and large schools $156 per child. This makes a big difference on the ground. The learning environment for many children is substandard and uneven. For the 2020-2021 budget, the ministry has been advised of a further 20% decrease, which teachers now believe the Ministry of Education is seriously jeopardizing and compromising the quality of education. With Fiji, see, it's hurting you because it's true. Is seriously jeopardizing and compromising the quality of education, with a free education grant being the engine room for all schools, and where these further reductions in funding is hampered by the no fundraising policy. So it's a real catch-22 situation, where much needed libraries, computers, new technologies, which should be funded by FEG, will just remain a dream. Now I go on briefly to TELS, Honorable Speaker. It is the Fiji First government who lowered the marks required, and now after compromising the standards, they are now wanting to reinstate what was there in the first instance. So, Honorable Speaker, many students who are scoring less than 250 marks, what happens to them? There is no FIT, there's no safety net for them. So what is there for these hundreds of students? Where do they go to? How do we ensure that they are given a second chance at something? So that is the way we want to look at things, because not everybody is going to go to TELS or to the toppers. So we have to look after these students, Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Issues still remain on the high debt levels incurred in the TELS program, which students will have to pay off over a period of time. This is such short-sighted policy making. Please, for the sake of the people and the students, humble yourselves and genuinely consult. Please make sure, Honorable Former Minister, please make sure you have targeted policies rather than just aiming widely, hoping you'll hit something. Be like the wise tailor, measure twice, cut once, and not measure once and cut many times. For the sake of our children, do what is right and what will last them for their life. For heritage and arts, Honorable Speaker, in the long overdue upgrade of the Fiji Museum, $200,000 is allocated, and the rehabilitation of the Levuka World Heritage Structure, an allocation of $245,000. which will upgrade to the standard required for UNESCO heritage listing to be protected for future generations to appreciate and enjoy. Likewise, as has been explained previously, the likelihood of these items under R being implemented is quite low. On another point, and probably more importantly, Honorable Speaker, the teachers who have been eagerly awaiting their MyAPA payments for 2017 to 2017 to 2018 may have to wait a lot longer, as there does not seem to be any allocation for this performance appraisal in this budget. This will be most disappointing for the more than 98% of the 13,000 teachers who have been denied the entitlement they deserve. Only less than 2% of teachers have received their MyAPA statements, and they are the lucky ones, Honorable Speaker. Others have retired, some have relocated overseas, some have died waiting for their MyAPA without having received their well-earned entitlement. The Fiji First government should hang their head in shame. They should just tell the truth, that there is no money. You should tell the truth and shame the devil. Don't give the teachers the runaround. They deserve better. They deserve the truth, as the truth will set you free. Fiji First people, Fiji First people, you show little remorse or pity for the people. Very, very sad indeed. Honorable Speaker, on poverty levels, there is evidence that many of the very poor are already in despair. They feel abandoned, and for them each day is a struggle to simply find something to eat. Sashi Kiran, who is the Chief Executive of the Foundation for Rural Integrated Enterprises and Development, said recently that informal sector workers who relied on tourism had no income and no safety net. The budget offered them nothing. Ms. Kiran met with a young single mother. Ms. Kiran met with a young single mother who had not eaten for 4 days. She had, however, managed to scrape together enough food for her little daughter. Her situation had worsened when she lost her job as a sales girl in a small shop. The job had paid her only between $70 to $80 a week. Her scant savings were soon exhausted. She was not a member of the FNPF, Honorable Speaker. When Sashi met with her, she saw the desperation of someone living in abject poverty. The minister's schemes for national salvation had failed to reach her. Thankfully, Friend managed to find a job as a cleaner for this victim of our crisis. She is now receiving, Honorable Speaker, some rations from a Friend food bank. Mr. Speaker, there are thousands of others like her, barely surviving, just holding on, hoping against hope they will be saved. We see glimpses of this human tragedy in the pages of the Fiji Times. The minister, I won't mention which one, Honorable Speaker, thinks this newspaper is a joke. I don't agree with him. Their reports about human suffering and sacrifice in this time of crisis are anything but a joke. The minister needs to take them seriously and not depend on the one-sided and biased reportage of the other daily paper. I suspect, Mr. Speaker, sir, that poverty is worse than we think. My own observations and sense of the situation are in line with those of non-government organizations like Friend, who are doing their best to help the poorest and the most at risk. I am glad they are speaking out, Honorable Speaker. The challenge for the minister is to use the resources at his disposal to reach these deprived citizens and all the rest who are suffering. I can tell him that the need for those at the outer edges of society is for cash in hand right now, not tomorrow, not next week or month, but now. It is excellent to announce schemes for micro, small, and medium enterprises, tax and duty concessions and exemptions. But that means little to someone weak with hunger, filled with fear, and panic about their immediate future, living in a leaky shack with no amenities, with sickly children to feed, and hardly any or no money. Maybe a kind neighbor will help out today with a few sticks of cassava and a bit of belly. But what about tomorrow, and the next day, and the next? Mr. Speaker, The Honorable Minister announced what he described as a $2 billion direct government stimulus package to fund Fiji's comeback from the impact of COVID-19. The aim was to pump as much money as possible into the economy. Resources would be redirected to where they would do the most and to ensure funds got to those left reeling from COVID-19's worst impacts. Part of this, I assume, is the $30 million set aside for loans to small and medium businesses. Australia is to top up over $7.1 million directly into the accounts of nearly 40,000 social welfare recipients. According to the minister, unemployment relief would be funded by the government with another 20 million. In total, he said government had made 100 million available to make sure every unemployed Fijian is able to access their full relief payments. There is a question, Honorable Speaker, and as to why I'm mentioning all this, because for the ordinary person, what does that actually mean? The wording is a bit obscure. They've been sent from pillar to post. They don't know how to access any of these assistance that has been highlighted in the media. So that is where I'm coming from in telling you this, Mr. Speaker, because the figures are large, they have hope, the vision expansive and generous, but what about the details? Will the minister explain, please, when a young woman who had not eaten for 4 days, how can she be helped by these programs of assistance, and where will she be helped? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I thank the Honorable Temun Kapa for contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Honorable Dr. Salik Govind. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker Sir, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ministers and Assistant Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen listening from your homes. I rise to contribute to the debate on the National Budget 2020-2021 delivered to this August House on 17th July 2020 by the Honorable Attorney General and Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communication. Honorable Speaker said, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communication for presenting a well thought out, evidence-based and widely consulted with stakeholders the 2020-2021 national budget. This budget has targeted all categories of people and families, with special attention to those mostly affected by the unsuspecting pandemic COVID-19 that caught the global community unaware and unprepared for. Honorable Speaker said, the Honorable Minister has made sure that our most vulnerable people, such as children, youth, elderly and disadvantaged, have not been left behind in the national budget process. At the same time, the Honorable Minister has put great emphasis to revive the economy so that more people can get back to work within the shortest time and afford the necessities of livelihood to sustain themselves and their families in these trying times. Honorable Speaker said, the COVID-19 pandemic has taught every one of us a great lesson, which can never ever be forgotten. Primarily, it has taught us that the basic essence of public health towards enjoying good health and these include maintaining good personal hygiene, good nutrition and physical activity. These are relevant to health today as they have ever been before. These, I must emphasize, do not apply only to the current pandemic of COVID-19, but to every public health issue that mankind face, including other infectious and non-infectious diseases as well. The COVID-19 pandemic also taught us that maintaining one's health and well-being is not only the responsibility of the Ministries of Health, but more so the responsibility of every individual, family and community, and the nation as a whole. Honorable Speaker said, a multi-sectoral approach that includes all sectors of government and non-government organizations, including private sector, is equally important for public health. Health is and will always remain everybody's business. Let us not forget that the world will be a very different place to live when we emerge from COVID-19 pandemic, and we have to arm ourselves with the practices of health and well-being we have learned as a nation, and which the Honorable Prime Minister has repeated over time to the nation. Let us start preparing for the journey now together as a family. Honorable Speaker said, the National Budget 2020-2021 we all are debating today has been presented exactly with that in mind. The limited resources that are available to us now need to be prudently utilized and targeted to the critical areas of the economy and society so that the future of the country is sustained. I am happy to see that despite the drastic reduction in our revenues, duties and taxes, the budget for essential services such as health, education, social welfare, and infrastructure are still allocated a major share of the budget. Mr. Speaker said, I would like to elaborate on some specific activities that are highlighted in this year's budget that will have significant impact on our people. Health. The move to employ more nurses and midwives and to fast-track our medical interns into the mainstream health service delivery is appropriate and timely. It will not only enhance and expedite service delivery, but also prepare the nation if we are to experience a second wave of the epidemic, which to date we have handled well, thanks to our determined and efficient health workers. Mr. Speaker said, may I take this opportunity to extend my deepest gratitude to all our health, especially the frontline health workers who have sacrificed their time, their lives, and the lives of their families in responding to the call of duty for the nation. Education. Education is one of the most significant factors of national development. Through it, a nation builds its skill set to drive the economy and maintain a healthy and well-informed population and respond to future challenges. Indeed, the Fiji First government has remained innovative in its education policy and has remained steadfast with its contribution to ensure the appropriate skills for our next generation of leaders and professionals are maintained. In these trying times, the government has not abandoned its responsibility in relieving families of the burden of cost in educating their children. Yes, the budget has brought changes in the TELS funding system and introduced the mark of 250 as condition for receiving TELS. This, I think, throws a challenge to our youth to show their mettle and rise up to the occasion by achieving the required grade and thus supporting the government and making their families proud. With the abundance of energy in our youth, I know they will. Sports. As for sports, all I can say is to repeat the old saying that a healthy body is a healthy mind. Government continues to provide relevant support to all our sports for men and women, and it has also made it possible for others to support our sporting nation by reducing taxes on their contribution. Mr. Speaker said, for social welfare, the welfare of elderly and families in need has remained an abiding concern of the Fiji First government since it assumed the reins of power in this country. To date, it has continued to ensure that their needs are primary. For this reason, Mr. Speaker said, the government has introduced no cuts and extraordinarily added to the allocation of the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation. The government is acutely aware of the challenges faced by the Ministry of Women, Children and Poverty Alleviation as it encounters individuals, families, older people and children in need and continues to extend a helping hand. They will not be abandoned in these trying times. Mr. Speaker, we must all thank our Prime Minister for his leadership prior to and in these times of wonder and despair as the epidemic maintains its aggressive path. A leadership that has not faltered, a leadership that stood firm in the face of the challenging and devastating crisis of our time, COVID-19, a leadership that took responsibility and allowed the government to own the crisis and respond to it effectively and with efficient procedures. A leadership that engaged and informed the public regularly on the status of the epidemic. These together are what has contributed in stemming the tide of the epidemic and making Fiji continue to be a healthy and safe environment. Indeed, through his leadership, the Fiji First Party has shown once again that it is the party and government for the people. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I once again thank the Minister for Economy, Civil Service and Communication for presenting such a relevant, people-centered budget during these difficult times. I hope that everyone sensible will support this budget. I fully support the 2020-2021 national budget. Thank you, Vinaka Bakaleli.
I thank you, Honorable Dr. Saleh Govin, for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Honorable Inosi Kurindrani. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister and the Member of Cabinet, and to the people of Fiji following the debate today on radio, television, and live stream. Before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, sir, I need to voice here the concern of the redundant hotel workers, especially those along the Coral Coast, Nandi, and the Western Division, of their disappointment regarding the $1,000 COVID-19 assistance. I request the PM and his cabinet ministers to take time and visit these people, and they will be surprised to note that most of them did not receive that government assistance that was supposed to top up their FNPF funds. I also ask the Prime Minister and his cabinet ministers to do their follow-up for the Winston's victims that was back in 2016. Secondly, I want to respond to Honorable Selai's remarks of praising the Prime Minister in the fight against COVID-19. I don't know if the Honourable Member has been watching news for the PM's tour to rural and the maritime islands. Him and his cabinet and his teams failed to adhere to the social distancing rules of 2 meters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wholeheartedly endorse the response delivered by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Major General Sitiveni Rabuka, this morning, that the 2020 and 2021 budget is irresponsible, rudderless, and deceptive budget. I'm sad to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I consider the budget as again not well thought out because of the Minister of Economy has failed again to allocate adequate resources to the critical sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, sir, we should understand that when a nation is in crisis, not only the economy is affected, but the whole spectrum of governance and socio-economic development deteriorated, including law and order, good governance, and democracy. We remember only too well how government tried to limit freedom of expression at the start of the coronavirus COVID-19 epidemic. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the face of the disaster we face at the point in time in Fiji, Fiji urgently needs structural adjustment policies with a human face. Basically, this means that we need to relook at the whole structure of the economy, it requires a paradigm shift in the way we do things. We need to work better and smarter. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is critical to appreciate the facts and truth matters most during this crisis. When the government gives facts and figures, trust for the government goes up. Conversely, lies to try to paint a picture that is different from reality, the harsh reality they face, reduce trust and confidence. However, the last 14 years have been characterized by misinformation, manipulation, and distortion, not born out of the harsh reality on the ground. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the last 2019-2020 budget presentation, the Minister of Economy told the nation that we have had an unprecedented economic boom over the last 10 years. It is worrying, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the people of Fiji are being led down the garden path from the podium in this August House. As the saying goes, the fish rots from the head. So the constant criminal charges being laid on public servants for falsifying information, to me, just reflects the leadership they see every day. An investigation should be carried out into the deceptions that have been ongoing. Mr. Speaker, sir, last week, it was in the news that a former LTA officer was charged by FACEC for general dishonesty to obtain a gain. My question, can that also be applied to the Minister of Economy for misleading this Parliament and the people of Fiji in the economic situation of the country? Mr. Speaker, sir, due to time constraints, I will just show 4 scenarios of our economy situation. The numbers do not lie. They are contrary to the florid political rhetoric we have been fed over the last 14 years. First, the government debt. This excludes the contingency liability, is on a downward spiral from 2016 to 2021. In 2016, it was 43.9% of the GDP. But projected this year, it will be 83.4% of the GDP. For economies like ours, even 6% of the GDP is too high. Yesterday, the Minister of Economy, in his closing remarks to the Fiji Chamber of Commerce, he said that we need to remove the economic shackle and not to depend on aid. Mr. Speaker, sir, I question this House. Now, can we be freed from the economic shackle of debt? And I doubt it. Our revenue collection was also on a downward trend, while our expenditure was also on the increase, as confirmed by our net deficit as a percentage of GDP. In 2017, it was negative 0.2%. In 2019, it was negative 3.6%. And this year, it has been projected to minus 20.2%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the third scenario which I need to show to confirm that there was no economic boom is our average revenue and expenditure in the last 7 years. Our average revenue has decreased by 1.7 billion. Our expenditure has increased by 3.7 billion. And our deficit has increased by 2.8 billion. Mr. Speaker, sir, we've been told that Fiji's economy has grown at a steady rate above 3% on the average over the past 10 years. This is a lie. The truth is that the average growth rate is only 0.75%. In the last 10 years, compared to the SBT and the Alliance government, growth trend was 4.8% in 1980. In 2000, it was 2.44%. In 2011 to 2020, it's only 0.75%. Based on the above scenario, Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that the so-called Bainimarama boom was just another propaganda vehicle. When the cleanup campaign ran out of fuel, we switched to bringing equality, and then we were told to celebrate the boom. That propaganda now, the car of the unprecedented boom now has no fuel, sakaput. Mr. Speaker, sir, let us quickly look at our economic position and growth prospects where we stand in the pre-COVID-19 relatively in the Pacific. In December 2019, the ADB projected a GDP growth in 14 regional countries, including Fiji, and we were placed on the 11th. Fiji's standing does not look very good against other Pacific Island countries. Mr. Speaker, sir, even the IMF World Economic Outlook for April 2016, so that we were way lower in African economies, way lower than the African economies that used to be depressed and in turmoil. According to the Fiji Bureau of Statistics and Macroeconomic Committee for June 2020 projections, the real GDP growth will contract by minus 21.7% in 2021. It is forecast to grow by 14.1%. Mr. Speaker, sir, the contraction picture does not look realistic from the IMF projection. The IMF projected for 2020 the economy will contract by minus 3%, and the growth forecast for 2021 is only 5.9%. How can we achieve the 14.1% growth when our average growth was only 0.75% for the last decade? This is a lie. Based on the above scenario, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have my doubts on the independence of these government's institutions and the reliability and accuracy of information and data provided. Our economic situation shows the fake claims of the so-called economic boom and unprecedented prosperity that the people of Fiji have been told we have been having by the Minister of Economy. The agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, as a Shadow Minister for Agriculture, I support the stated SODELPO goal that during this time of crisis, the budget should address the health and well-being of all citizens, particularly the most vulnerable. However, since tourism will not be in operation for the next 2 to 3 years or longer, this government should put more focus and resources to agriculture. May I repeat, Mr. Speaker, sir, the government must allocate more focus and resources to agriculture because tourism, on which we have relied traditionally to navigate the nation out of political economic crisis, as after 2000 and 2006, will not be fully operational until 2 to 3 years down the road. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the right policies and appropriate adjustment and incentive, agriculture development can sustain our economy in the short and the long term and provide food security. Mr. Speaker, sir, to date, food security has been a major concern globally and exacerbated by the vulnerability to climate change and natural disasters. We need to sustain domestic food production levels in line with food demand and market potential and continue the transition from subsistence to semi-subsistence and commercial agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Agriculture has been allocated 65.3 million in this budget, which I believe is insufficient and should be increased to 70 million, considering the importance of agriculture during this crisis. The additional 4.7 million is to meet, one, provide a stimulus package for the farmers cultivating the Matangali lands for their development cost. A special assistance for the rural farmers. Third, we need an additional 2.4 million to be directed for the development of low volume and high value crops such as vanilla, cocoa, angona, and ginger. To relocate the Ministry of Agriculture, this incentive will create work for cash programs that will provide temporary wage employment for the unemployed. Nabuso Agriculture Technical Institute allocation to be increased to 1 million. This will solve the problem of aging farmers. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to question why the goat meat industry has a bigger budget for 850,000 when little percentage of the population eat goat meat. It exceeds the budget for the beef extensions, only 200,000, and the Ndalo for 300,000. Angona is only for 200,000. But the goat meat industry has been allocated for 850,000. We only had $3,800 to establish biogas plants. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, this government has been trying to promote the protection of our environment. Well, they just allocate only 3,800 for a biogas plant. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unfortunate to note that 29.2 million, which is 45% of the agriculture funds, is under R, controlled by the Minister of Economy. This leaves only 55% of the budget to be controlled by the Minister of Agriculture. Mr. Speaker, sir, could this be a reason why the Ministry of Agriculture has not been performing and it has not produced an annual report since 2014? Or a reflection of the Minister's incapability and incompetency? Therefore, I strongly suggest that all funds under R to be relocated to the Ministry of Agriculture. This will ensure better fund utilization, control, and accountability. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister's salary need to be deducted. May I suggest that Mr. Speaker, that the minister's salary be reduced by 45%, since he only controls 55% of his budget. Let us look at the sugar. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Fiji First government has continued to throw money into the sugar industry willy-nilly. The Minister for Sugar has mentioned of the importance of real analysis. And I wonder, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether he has made some real analysis to the sugar industry to identify the problem in the sugar industry. I believe the problem in the sugar industry is not the funding, but it is the lack of capacity in monitoring and evaluation combined with weather calamities and bad governance resulting in poor productivity. To make matters worse, the minister responsible, who is the Honorable Prime Minister, lacks the analytical qualities, knowledge and commitment to revive the industry. We are currently producing 45 tons per hectare. That is only 50% of the farm potential, well below the production break-even point of 90 tons per hectare. That is why sugar farming is not viable. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you want to save the sugar industry, may I suggest that the Prime Minister takes over the rural development portfolio and give up the sugar ministry, because I believe he spends more time in the official opening of rural projects rather than the sugar portfolio. Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that the budget allocation for the sugar industry is sufficient, but we need to make some adjustment within the funds distribution. The funds under R represents about 50.87 million of the total budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, like in agriculture, we have to reduce the salary of the Minister of Sugar by that much, since he only controls a certain percentage of the budget. To improve productivity, we need to relocate all funds under R to the ministry. Adjust stabilization funds of 30 million to establish one. We need to establish 3 transloading sites, one for Senganga, one for Singatoka, and one for Rakiraki. This will drastically reduce transport costs and improve revenue for distance farmers. Recruit more field officers for each sector to provide the monitoring and evaluation programs. At present, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have a ratio of field officer to farmer for 1:700. Some sectors is 1:800, and some sectors is 1:900 farmers. This is not practicable. We need to have at least 1:70 farmers. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is disappointing to note, yet again, another irresponsible, rudderless, and deceptive budget. Truth and facts are at the heart of an effective response to this disaster we faced as a nation. Truth and facts inspire confidence, trust, and boost the morale of our people. The fact is, 14 years of lies, economic mismanagement, and oppression have made the poor poorer and the rich richer. It has brought us to our knees. At the very least, as we face disaster, the government should be honest. It should invest in critical economic sector rather than continue to misinform us, pull the wool over our eyes. Don't tell the people that all is well as long as we continue to spend, and go further into debt that will burden our future generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, I regret that I cannot support the budget 2021. Thank you very much.
I thank the Honorable Shikur Indrani for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Honorable Sanjay Tirupal. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Ministers, the Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, I rise this afternoon to contribute my wholehearted support to the budget of 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, sir, I need to start through pronouncing how proud I am to be a part of government that is successfully going through certainly one of the largest crises and catastrophes that has faced this country, and indeed the entire world. What a proud reputation we have set up for Fiji.
Small Fiji with a population less than 1 million. On this look of the world is now capable of claiming that we have eliminated COVID-19 in our groups, in our streets and towns, cities, and our families are secure for now. But the change stays. And the manner we keep to control this unique task is to continue to be cautious. And that is what we are doing, and this is what our Honorable Prime Minister has been calling for. Mr. Speaker said, I look at our Prime Minister, Honorable Bainimarama, and I look at our cabinet ministers and indeed all the members of this side of the House. And you can look at the challenges that this government has faced: Cyclone Winston, Serai, Herald, flooding, and then this year the COVID-19 pandemic that we had to face along with the rest of the world. It required resolute action, and we got it. And it got it the right decision at the right time, and we went hard and we went early, and we are reaping the benefits of that. Look around the world, see what's happening to other countries. It's not a pretty picture, but untiring efforts of our Honorable Prime Minister and all of the other experts, who were informing us with their decisions. We took the crucial decision, and Fijians now are much, much safer and better. Mr. Speaker, going back to the budget 2020-2021, allow me to commend the Honourable Minister for Economy and his team for a budget that embraces all Fijians of our nation during this COVID-19 pandemic. Furthermore, the government's vision for progressive developments and ensuring safe and secure Fiji, which this government has been providing over the years to our people, that what matters to them the most is expressly addressed to this budget. Mr. Speaker, this is the budget that says we are prepared to commit and take the action of 3.674 billion to get the recovery going. As the Minister for Economy said on the first reading of the budget last week, the commentary is already changing. There is already confidence returning to the economy. We still need this public investment in infrastructure, in income support. That's the stuff that we are doing. We put 60 million into the tourism industry because it is going to be a long time for the industry to recover. We have to be real. And I know the members of opposite, the reality is they are equally as concerned as us about that industry. But this isn't going to return to pre-COVID conditions anytime soon. And we've got to support that industry because eventually the borders will open and the travelers will return. And we have to have something for them to return to, an economy that is robust and is growing. Budget 2020-21 is welcomed by a vast majority of stakeholders, including our people, except for the opposition and Honorable Prasad, who can't see the progress of every Fijian. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Pioro did, because last night I was with him. Mr. Speaker, on 21st of July, Honorable Prasad tried to fool the Fijians via an article published by the Fiji Times newspaper, and I quote the heading, "Biman on budget," unquote. Honorable Biman Prasad forgot that under Fiji First government, every citizen of our beloved nation has the right to enjoy the luxury foods, and not only the rich as it used to be during SVT, SDL, and FB era. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Gerekere Tamba giving a statement in a Fiji Times on 22nd of July, just picking one issue and making a mountain out of a molehill. But she forgot that she doesn't practice what she preach. Honorable Gerekere Tamba drinking water in a jar in the parliament to show the public through social media that is so concerned of the climate of our nation and criticizing plastic bottle. But on 23rd Feb 2020, same media quote enjoying water in a plastic bottle. Mr. Speaker, the opposition forgets the initiative given in this 2020-2021 budget by our government is that no citizens are left behind. Giving tax concessions on more than 1,600 items, abolishment of stamp duties to make things easier and faster, and at the same time making things cheaper. Free education, first home buyers program, free medicine, unemployment benefit, and many more are in this budget. Mr. Speaker, the question is whether the opposition has read and gone through the budget thoroughly or just picking few petty issues to save their political career, because this 2020-2021 budget is largely supported by all Fijians. Mr. Speaker, sugarcane farmers has been the ball game in the Fijian political history. It's our leader, Honorable Prime Minister, who has come out clean as a whistle for the plight of the poor farmers who have been suffering before 2006.
Mr. Speaker, sir, under Fiji first government, every child is given equal opportunity to be educated. Free education till Form 7, which reduces the burden from poor parents. Late Mahatma Gandhi said, and I quote, if we want to reach real peace in this world, we should start educating children, unquote. The Fiji first government has been instrumental in the education of every child so that we have a literate society, and a literate society means a healthier and a wealthier Fiji. Mr. Speaker said, the budget 2020-2021 is well-executed budget for all ministries, and with this budget, Fiji will prosper. Mr. Speaker said, in conclusion, I must say that this is a country that is on its way on the journey of recovery. We are not there yet, and it will take time, but this is a country that can look back on the last few weeks and the last few months and say we had a hell of a challenge, but we met the challenge and we supported each other. We supported each other through the health crisis, and now it's time to support each other through the financial crisis and the monetary rebuild. We will do it. That however opposition fails to understand this. This is a country that has proven that, and when it's hard up against it, we pull collectively, we work together, we cooperate, we collaborate, and we make the difference. This is a time to celebrate that we have done, but not to rest on our glory. To be thankful for the leadership that we have had, to be thankful for the investment that has been put in through this budget as we recover and get back on our feet again. Mr. Speaker, I humbly urge the opposition to support this great budget and take our beloved nation to a greater height. With these sentiments, once again, I thank our Honorable Prime Minister, Minister for Economy, and his team for its effort in putting a wonderful budget which can be called people's budget, and I support the 2020-2021 budget. Thank you, and Vinaka Bakalebo.
I thank the Honorable Sanjay Kirpal for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Honorable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalambalam. You have the floor, sir.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Prime Minister and members of Cabinet, Honorable Leader of Opposition and fellow members of Parliament, and to the people of Fiji following the debate today on radio, TV and on live stream. Nisam Buluvina. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to give my contribution to the 2020-2021 budget. Firstly, sir, I give my full support to the Leader of the Opposition and other members of the Opposition in suggesting alternates to the budget, as this budget is a desperate budget to save face at all costs, and as stated by a business person, sounds good to be true. So I agree with the Opposition Leader, who has said this budget is irresponsible and rudderless. Mr. Speaker, sir, Fiji will now fall into a debt trap with excessive debt comprising up to 83% of GDP. Theoretically, the budget sounds good, but the reality is the opposite. It is a bullish budget with an overestimated revenue and an overestimated expenditure. Mr. Speaker, sir, our estimated current expenditure is 3.7 billion, and our capacity to implement is 2.9 billion. Therefore, it is a budget full of contradictions. You all know that challenges cannot be addressed overnight, but progressively, we are therefore back to square one. Mr. Speaker, sir, the COVID-19 pandemic has gone beyond being a public health crisis and now affected the global economy, and consequently, here in Fiji, we are not immune, with extensive job losses, close of business, and more of our people facing daily hardships more than ever. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to take this time to give thanks to our Lord and Savior for his blessings and protection throughout the crisis. So far, we have no deaths from COVID-19, and to date, with a total of 24 confirmed cases, of which 18 have recovered, with the recent imported active case safely quarantined. Mr. Speaker, so on that note, I also wish to acknowledge and thank our hardworking frontline workers in the battle against COVID-19, the healthcare workers, Fiji Police Force, Royal Fiji Military Force, NGOs. I convey special appreciation to our development partners, without whose assistance and generosity, we would not have been able to effectively fight and contain COVID-19 in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, while we seem to have control over COVID-19 in Fiji and with zero death rate, the burden of other disease and infections continue to affect us. non-communicable disease, infectious disease, cancer, circulatory and respiratory illness, and other illnesses, etc., continue to contribute to morbidity and mortality in Fiji. Mr. Speaker, sir, prior to COVID-19, the Honourable Minister of Health and Medical Service had mentioned some of the achievements in this August House, such as opening of new nursing stations, health centres, and subdivisional hospital, public-private partnership with ESPN to operate Lautoka and Ba hospitals. The patient-doctor ratio is improved. The new medical vessel, MV Waitley, that has allowed extending service in terms of outreach, dental and surgical directly to the maritime areas. Our status of health indicators are above par to WHO and international standards. Extensive upgrade of our testing labs at Mateka House, including the testing for COVID-19. As Mr. Speaker, so also prior to COVID-19, our medical system and its dilapidated services infrastructure was already a topic of extensive discussion. One of Fiji and Pacific's most senior surgeons, who recently retired, stated that the operation at the country's largest medical facility is struggling because of lack of equipment, shortage of drugs and manpower, and poor management. Another colleague surgeon also mentioned a shortage in specialist surgeons per population and also long delays in procuring specialist consumables and equipment. Mr. Speaker, sir, the 9 theatres in CWMH have never been fully used since their opening, and the lately have been down to 4 theatres whereby elective surgeries not carried out, but rather semi-emergency cases are prioritised. ESPN and Lautoka Hospital delayed in preparing the theatres for the last 2 years. This has resulted to patients waiting for a long time for their surgery and leads to a lot of acute admission. The radiology department in Lautoka has not been fully repaired since the last 2 years, since the fire. The PACS have not yet operational, and if they were, it would have been substituted for the lack of films for X-rays that we are now facing. The story is the same regarding shortfalls in service delivery in other departments, contributing to the overall poor quality of service delivery and resulted in admissions and readmissions. Mr. Speaker, sir, the infrastructure of some of our hospitals is in a shabby condition without regular and proper maintenance. Pictures circulated on social media and anecdotal accounts from patients and their relatives are cause for shame. Mr. Speaker, sir, the health workforce, they have mentioned that they have highlighted most of the issues with regards to the work environment and equipment, but nothing has been done about it. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to touch on the issues on shortages of medicine and consumables. A study which showed a qualitative exploration of stakeholders' view, titled The Shortage of Medicine in Fiji, addressed some of the causes and recommendation to it. Though qualitative in nature, it did address certain issues for the likely causes of medication shortages by relevant stakeholders and its impacts. One of its impacts is the negative impact on patients' health. Medicine shortages are causing ill health. Interviewers reported the shortages resulted in longer hospital stays, shorter times to patient readmission, and even mortality. Another impact is professional dissatisfaction. Medicine shortage resulted in high levels of frustration. Patients were angry with pharmacists, prescribers, and nurses who reported violence and threats. Shortages mean that professionals had to dedicate extra time and effort to solving issues, taking time away from patients, care, and other roles such as inventory management. Many interviewees felt unable to meet public expectations of a healthcare provider. This generated a negative workplace environment, extending even to a sense of hopelessness. This was reported in both public and private sectors. Another impact is monetary loss. Medicine shortages are causing financial loss. Stakeholders reported that negative opinions the government held of medicine supply because of the constant cost of medicine with limited returns in terms of decreased healthcare cost and consumer satisfaction. Another impact, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the loss of faith or any misunderstanding of the system. Interviewees reported that consistent shortages reduce trust in the public healthcare system. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, so what will you expect from the allocation of 394.4 million allocated to the Ministry of Health and Medical Services? Firstly, the increase in 46.8 million is acknowledged. It is hoped that the increase will address some of the issues mentioned pre-COVID-19 and present. Furthermore, approximately 50% of the Ministry of Health and Medical Service allocations is directed towards established staff pay, amounting to 197.8 million. 12% of the Ministry of Health and Medical Service allocation is held under RIE in Head 50, which is usually for items under capital construction and COVID-19 contingency fund with the amount being 23.5 and 25 million respectively. Whilst I acknowledge the increase in remuneration of professional staff, it is worth noting that increase in remuneration is not the key determination of performance and output for medical professionals. Consideration should be given to addressing associated issues to improve the working environment, consequently improving the delivery of quality health services. This includes working with equipment scarcity, maintenance of those equipment for full use capacity, unequal distribution of medical personnel across Fiji, lack of specialist doctors, lack of funding for and resource for public health awareness, appalling health infrastructure, paucity of more facilities in research and development. Mr. Speaker, sir, a fair share of the Ministry's capital budget is held under R. In the last 3 years, funds under R was never fully utilized. The reason why funds were not utilized may be due to government not being able to generate the estimated revenue to finance for the capital budget, or for any other reason, Mr. Speaker, sir. Whatever the case may be, Mr. Speaker, sir, it will only add to the burden and miseries of the sick and the disease, as well as the health medical personnel. Mr. Speaker, sir, allocation for medicine and consumables remains the same, while purchase of medical equipment, biomedical equipment for urban and subdivisional hospital has increased by 2 million and now not under RIE. While shortage of medicine and consumables continue from pre-COVID-19 to the present, what will an unchanged allocation deliver? Our tertiary healthcare settings at times are still not delivering full quality service, as mentioned, due to no or poorly maintained equipment. The question is whether increased allocation, which is not under RIE, will result in an upgrade in quality service delivery. Mr. Speaker, sir, other infectious disease allocations, such as for dengue and leptospirosis, have remained the same. Pre-COVID-19, there was a continuing shortage of dengue and lepto kits. These allocations should have increased given the continuing shortage even prior to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, sir, another issue highlighted in the budget address was the removal of overtime for civil servants. While it is planned due to current financial situation we are facing, it will only work if the vacant staff positions in various health departments are recruited and filled. Currently, there is a shortage of staff in some departments, and they would need more staff in order to effectively implement shift work. So why not employ graduates in the various fields who are still without jobs to add more manpower? Mr. Speaker, sir, I have highlighted some of the achievements and shortfalls of the Ministry of Health and Medical Service. I emphasize that this is not for political point scoring because I am also a doctor. Therefore, though I work in the private sector, it pains me to hear comments such as Valinibul in Penadol. Though not very good comments to hear, but that has been said out of frustration. Mr. Speaker, sir, COVID-19 is something extraordinary and acute, and though it is contributing to some current shortfalls. For the long term and the health and welfare of our people, it is the chronic issues mentioned above that must be addressed as well. Our health system and service delivery is desperately struggling and is under more stress with COVID-19. Most of our health workers are already improvising and working with means available to them to deliver a service that nears normality, but it just makes work harder for them, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, turning to my constituency issues, Mr. Speaker, sir, number one, the Natubu jetty or the planned new jetty has been in the pipeline for some time. Mr. Speaker, sir, we use it on a daily basis to commute between Tabuin and Bonolebu. The recent closure of the jetty has affected travellers and business and also the safety of travellers. Two, Mr. Speaker, sir, is the Kanakana seawall in the Tikina of Tunulaw has also been highlighted to some of the Honourable Ministers and Tikina meetings, and we would be grateful for a feedback and update on its progress. We are grateful, Mr. Speaker, sir, on the progress of the Waimbula crossing upgrade in the Tikina of Honikeli. Just a reminder, Mr. Speaker, said that when the Waimbula is flooded, everything in its way ends up in the ocean. Road repairs and maintenance is always an issue, and while we are grateful for an ongoing service, regular time service is very much needed, and not only when a government delegation visits then improvements are done. COVID-19 has increased activity in the utilization of land for farming. Thus, increased allocation is required for assistance and incentives in the agriculture sector. Post-Winston school rehabilitation continues. We are grateful that the progress is ongoing with the primary schools in Podoma and Wiriki, while the primary schools in Riketingamea are still waiting for the rebuilding of their primary school after the devastation caused by the landslide 2 years ago, but nevertheless, school continues. Mr. Speaker, sir, this pandemic has given us time to reflect on how vulnerable our small nation and economy is to external factors and shocks. Personally, it has allowed for more family time, and as a family, we have tried to reprioritize our commitments, utilize the land for subsistence farming, kids being taught and experience how to fish, planting of trees, etc. What this pandemic has taught my family is always to live within our means and be grateful, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have heard in the budget address that we need to borrow now to build for tomorrow so that future generations can borrow less. I have serious reservations about the logic of that statement simply for the fact that we do not know what will happen in the future, and we should always live within our means. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for the opportunity to respond to the budget, and I do not support the motion before the House.
I thank the Honourable Dr. Ratu Antonio Lalabalava for his contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Minister for Fisheries, the Honourable Semi Kroela Visau. You have the floor, sir.
Honourable Speaker, sir, as alluded to by earlier speakers, the world is going through unprecedented times. Country borders have closed, international trade has dwindled, and economies around the world have contracted. Unemployment has dramatically increased, and in most cases reaching record levels even for strong world economies. We are fortunate in Fiji that we are COVID contained, and the only cases we have are from our quarantine facilities, mainly consisting of repatriated citizens returning from medical treatment overseas. Honourable Speaker, sir, I will concentrate on the Ministry of Fisheries and will not discuss the Udu Mainduru from the other side of the House, led by my Taurus, Honourable Kurindrani and Honourable Ngavoka. And I'm pretty sure Honourable Saukuru, Honourable Matentombua and Honourable Lewere will follow suit. Honourable Speaker, sir, at the outset, I would like to applaud the government for its foresight and support for the resource-based sectors, and in the allocation of the Ministry of Fisheries budget for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Honourable Speaker, sir, the Ministry has been allocated $15.5 million with the provision of $10.7 million for operations and $4.09 million for capital expenditure. Honourable Speaker, this is an increase in budget compared to the Ministry's COVID response budget allocation of $14.9 million. In our consideration of COVID-19, the Ministry of Fisheries recognizes the important role it plays to cushion the impacts of this pandemic through readjustments. We are determined to put in considerable effort to ensure that the Fijian people continue to benefit from the fisheries sector. This, Honourable Speaker, will be undertaken through innovative, smart and holistic approaches which support sustainable development goals. Honourable Speaker, sir, the 2021 fiscal envelope allows the Ministry to clearly focus on 3 key objectives. These objectives will allow us to deliver effective and tangible services to the Fijian people. The first of these objectives is optimizing services delivered through our 32 fisheries service centres nationwide. Under this objective, The Ministry of Fisheries is determined to maximize utilization and outcome realized from the allocated budgetary provision to efficiently address short, medium, and long-term sustainable fisheries goals. The second objective, Honourable Speaker, is fostering food security. This objective underpins the broader context of focusing our efforts in advanced research on aquaculture, increasing the value of fisheries products through value adding and diversifying fish products targeted at niche markets. Additionally, Honourable Speaker, the third objective is mitigating challenges through an innovative approach. This is an important goal for the Ministry of Fisheries given the growing issues in our national, regional, and global context. Being innovative will allow the Ministry of Fisheries to identify problems, formulate solutions, and adapt promptly through cost-effective methods. Ultimately, Honourable Speaker, the 2020-21 fiscal envelope supports the Ministry's work for increasing the fisheries sector contribution to stability and growth of Fiji's economy. The Ministry's programs will focus on an increase in aquaculture, coastal and offshore fisheries productivity. With the allocated budget, the Ministry of Fisheries is determined to achieve the national and international goals geared at sustainable growth development. These goals include addressing poverty and hunger, gender equality, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, responsible consumption and production, climate actions, life on land, and life below water. At this juncture, I would like to give a brief summary of the ministerial secretarial budget. For aquaculture, there is an allocation of $3.3 million. Research and development, $2.08 million. Coastal fisheries, $3.92 million. And offshore fisheries with $2.64 million. Honourable Speaker, I applaud the government on the increase in budget for food security, amounting to $500,000, and the allocation of $600,000 to support the electronic monitoring program. Honourable Speaker, sir, to achieve rapid growth and increase productivity in the aquaculture sector, the Ministry's work hinges on mobilizing the private sector with clear focus on food security for rural communities. Hatchery production, advanced partnerships, farmer training, research and development, as well as targeted financial assistance will support the Ministry's activities in the 2020-21 fiscal year. The allocation of $3.3 million for aquaculture will enable the Ministry to supply shrimp and prawn post-larvae along with the tilapia fries needed for Fiji's aquaculture farmers. This allocation will allow the Ministry to strengthen its research capacity to introduce new cultured species to the sector. It is very essential to move in this direction. Honourable Speaker, sir, in our bid to increase and stabilize food security in Fiji, the allocated budget has seen the increase in food security program. The $500,000 budget to the food security program will increase farm productivity through extension services focusing on needs of farmers. Honourable Speaker, capacity building is critical to ensure that our farmers are sustainable. Dedicated training programs on best practice, farm methodologies, and financial literacy will be delivered in the next financial year. Additionally, through a governance structure of cluster-based farming associations, farmers will benefit from economies of scale and a path to market initiatives. Honourable Speaker, food security, import substitution, climate change adaptation, and economic development are all key benefits of aquaculture. Therefore, the Ministry supports the budget allocation for this program. Honourable Speaker, The 2021 fiscal envelope for fisheries also provides for initiatives and programs to sustain and diversify our support to rural isolated maritime communities. This is fitting given the impact of COVID-19, which has caused urban to rural drift. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry provided fishing communities with ice through 24 ice plants from as far east as Lakemba to the far north of Rotuma. Ice supply provides longer shelf life of marine commodities and allows for proper fish handling. This assists rural communities to maximize the commercial value on fish and other seafood products. Honourable Speaker, there is an additional financial allocation for the continuation of work on the construction of new ice plants in Koro and Waininganu. These additional ice plants broaden the scope of economic development and support the goal of achieving self-sufficiency. The Ministry also welcomes the allocation of 100,000 to exploit the opportunities on the installation of solar power ice plants in 2 pilot sites. This initiative supports the current solar freezer program carried out by the Ministry with the support of our bilateral partners, which has increased economic efficiency for rural isolated maritime communities. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry also welcomes the budget allocation of over 100,000 for upgrade of Lautoka Fisheries Port. This will directly benefit our fishers in the Western Division who utilise services provided by the port facility. The allocation of over 772,000 for coastal development will foster the Ministry's work in sustaining and diversifying opportunities for our coastal communities. Through the footprint of our nationwide fishery service centres, we will continue to provide services for fishing communities. This includes the establishment of fishing associations, technical training, fed deployment, and activities of monitoring, control, and surveillance. Honourable Speaker, compliance and enforcement is another key pillar of work which allows the Ministry to manage Fiji's fisheries. Honourable Speaker, sir, the Inshore Fisheries Division, which was established through the assistance of the New Zealand Government, will continue to coordinate work to eliminate unsustainable fishing practices. We acknowledge the support rendered by our bilateral partners and we look forward to its continuation. Additionally, Honourable Speaker, job loss due to COVID-19 and the financial support rendered to the seaweed program for 2020-21 is timely. Seaweed provides quick economic opportunities for rural communities as it can be harvested within 6 weeks. Seaweed is an alternative option to wild harvest and provides a sustainable opportunity for income generation. The seaweed budget allocation of $259,000 will provide farm startup materials, training, value adding, and a path to market initiatives. Honourable Speaker, sir, research, science, and conservation are critical elements to sustainable fisheries. Climate change and depleting fish stocks further underscores the importance of research for our ocean governance. Over the past year, there have been substantial work done to ensure the sustainability of our fisheries resources. Honourable Speaker, the allocation of $300,000 for fishery resources conservation will support fisheries-based scientific work. This will allow focused research to support informed decisions for ocean governance. As we embark on the UN Decade of Ocean Science, the Ministry welcomes the $300,000 allocated for Makongai Research Centre. At Makongai, we will focus on selected species of reef fish farming. The allocated funds will also support the reseeding program of giant clams and rehabilitation of turtles. Additionally, the Ministry will continue its work with the Pearl Oyster Development Program. The $295,000 budget allocated to the Pearl Oyster Program will be used to procure SPED collection materials. It will also focus on identification of potential SPED collection sites, training on harvesting methods, and business models for community-based farming. Honourable Speaker, with the current struggles of decline and economic activity, the Ministry of Fisheries is determined to make every dollar count in the execution of this project. Honourable Speaker, sir, the 2020-21 budget allows the Ministry to create value and effectively manage our critical offshore resources. While the budget supports the current operations of offshore, please allow me to highlight two key areas that shows government's foresight and determination to cushion the implications posed by COVID-19. Firstly, transshipment levy. First, there is the removal of the $450 per ton of transshipment levy. Honourable Speaker, the Ministry of Fisheries and the fisheries sector welcomes the approach taken by government. This smart and effective tactic helps the additional development of fishing sector and provides basis for support services. Foreign fishing fleets will be attracted to Fiji under this initiative, and supply of fish to our local processing facilities will increase. There will be an increase in service of vessels, repairs, bunkering, ship services, provisions, and crew support, all of which will contribute to Fiji's economy. Honourable Speaker, I acknowledge government's foresight in budgetary support of $600,000 for the Electronic Monitoring Project, or EMS. The electronic monitoring system was initially established through the assistance from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization since 2015. Honourable Speaker, the incorporation of this new budget item shows Fiji's commitment to support this valuable project. Honourable Speaker, the EMS project provides the added benefit of accessing the best premium markets such as MSC and the EU via traceability efforts. EMS is innovative and provides a platform for improved product handling from the first point of contact at sea. Other benefits of the EMS project include the ability of vessel owners to view their crew landing practices. This helps the industry to conduct adjustment on fish handling suited to market demands. For the Ministry of Fisheries, the EMS project complements the work that our fisheries observers conduct out at sea. Honourable Speaker, while the EMS project ticks all the boxes for sustainable tuna management, the project is a suitable fit to limitations caused by COVID-19. Electronic monitoring provides a safe alternative for observers to view and analyze scientific data in the comfort of their workstations. Honourable Speaker, I would like to highlight that we all need to be forward-looking as the impacts of COVID-19 is yet to pass. In this regard, the Ministry of Fisheries is determined to stretch its budget to its full potential. Our goal is to achieve more with less. We are determined to address the needs of all Fijians, irrespective of age, gender, or geographical positions. Honourable Speaker, now is the time to collaborate with development partners. Partnerships allow the achievement of shared goals. I wish to thank our bilateral partners for their continued continued support to the development of Fiji fisheries sector. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, sir, with the allocated budget, the Ministry will strengthen its commitment in our mission to sustain, manage, and protect Fiji's fisheries resources. To achieve our vision of having the best managed fishery in the Pacific, we are determined to excel across our whole operation. Honourable Speaker, in these difficult times, if I have learned anything, it is the power of love, compassion, and hope. If one person can change the world, it is by being compassionate and sharing love and hope. If an individual wants to change Fiji today, start each day with hope. Hope that transcends all barriers of political divide, ethnicity, religion, social background, or financial status. Show respect to everyone. Know that life is not fair and that we sometimes fail. But if we take risk, step up when times are hard, ignore sarcasm, and lift up the downtrodden, we will overcome by never giving up. If we do these things, the next generation and the generation that will follow will live in a far better nation than the one we have today. To conclude, Honorable Speaker, Sir, the Ministry of Fisheries will escalate, widen, and maximize operational and fiscal efficiency. Honorable Speaker, sir, I commend and support the 2020-2021 budget as presented to this August House, and I thank you for your indulgence.
I thank the Minister for Fisheries for his contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honorable Ratu Nangama Palambala. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Cabinet Ministers, and my fellow Honorable Parliamentarians. I rise to also contribute to the budget debate for the financial year 2020 to 2021 that was being presented by the Minister for Economy in this August House on 17th July 2020. From the outset, sir, there is no doubt that the whole world is in a crisis, major crisis, sir. We are at the mercy of the COVID-19 pandemic. It would be remiss of us, honorable members on this side of the House, not to offer our thanks and praise to the hard-working team of the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister for Health, your frontline workers, and also members of the discipline forces in ensuring that there is a mechanism in place to take care of ourselves in trying to address this pandemic that we have. At the same time, sir, we must rise as a nation to continue with the sacrifices and the necessary structural adjustment internally, first to cope with such an unprecedented event, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. This is in spite of the unprecedented growth claimed by the Fiji First government. When I say structural adjustment, Mr. Speaker, sir, we have to make the necessary changes or shift in paradigm rather than business as usual in micromanaging the economy as experienced in the last 13 years. This is the very reason why investment in the country continued to decline, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the last 8 years, because there is lack of confidence from the private sector due to inconsistency of policy and micromanagement of all facets of social economic development of our nation. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is unrealistic to compare us with Singapore, Australia, and New Zealand, and other developed countries. We should compare ourselves with countries of similar size, capacity, and more importantly, the vulnerability index. Based on the Asian Development Bank assessment in June this year, it is interesting to note that all our neighboring countries in the region are coping better than Fiji. Despite the fact our economy should have been in a better position to cushion the impact
of the COVID-19 pandemic. Surely, their policies and responses in addressing the crisis was probably much better than ours. This is clear indication, Mr. Speaker, sir, that something is terribly wrong. The only conclusion that comes to mind is the poor management of the economy and the manipulation of our economic data. The Honourable Minister of Economy, in his budget address, reiterated that more than 115,000 people, sir, either have lost their jobs completely or are now on reduced hours. And I would like to echo the same sentiments alluded to by my honourable colleague, Honourable Anari Chale, just in his address, that if you times the 115,000 by the average size family of 3 or 5, that, Mr. Speaker, sir, should provide to give a figure of around 50% of the population, sir. As such, I will try and look at the budget in this context to see how it will help more than 50% of the population for their daily sustenance. My initial reaction to the budget, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to re-echo what was stated by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition this morning, that not only is it irresponsible, it's rudderless, and a deceiving budget. I say irresponsible because of the high debt level that will be a burden to our future generation. It is rudderless because the consistency of messages by the Honourable Minister for Economy when delivering the budget compared to the details in the budget estimates and the supplementary document. Lack of targeting and supporting the rich rather than those that need it the most. It is deceiving because it sounds real, but the truth of the matter is that the reality is the opposite, and there is a lot of inconsistency. It is interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are a number of expenditure proposals in the budget that will not help the most vulnerable and allow ordinary people of Fiji to put food on the table. I believe the Honourable Leader of Opposition has deliberated on those unnecessary and those expenditure that can be considered not as a priority, particularly at this very vulnerable time. He has suggested that at least 700 to 800 million could be diverted to other priority areas. So we should focus on short-term measures that will put food on the table, and at the same time look at how we can develop our own natural resources. You've just heard from the Honourable Minister of Fisheries, and our collective goal should focus on the health and the well-being of our people, sir. If this is so, Mr. Speaker, sir, we should be directing our collective effort in ensuring food security for our people, health facilities in better position to address possibility of a likely second wave, provide short-term employment opportunities to generate income to those who have lost their jobs, and the maintenance of existing basic infrastructure, particularly in our rural areas. Mr. Speaker, sir, I will now focus my attention on food security and the mobilization of our resource-based sector, particularly the agriculture and fisheries, to support food security. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that these are the two sectors that will provide short-term employment opportunities to our people, and also in the longer term to support our export and primary commodities and manufactured goods to our neighbouring countries in the Pacific, including New Zealand and Australia, respectively, sir. The government should consider work for cash program in these two natural resources sectors. Sir. The cash for work intervention will provide employment opportunities to unskilled and semi-skilled workers on labour-intensive projects such as increasing production in agriculture, public sector programs such as housing, and the maintenance of existing infrastructure.
Cash for a program can address basic needs. Preventing negative coping mechanisms while building or rehabilitating existing assets enhance livelihood to cushion the impact of the crisis. Most of all, to increase demand that will lead to stimulate our narrow-based manufacturing sector, sir. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, sir, that a lot of funds have been allocated to help the rich and the big businesses. The focus is that we should pay more attention to small and micro business, particularly in our rural areas, in supporting supply and value chain. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a lot of hot air and lack of clarity on how the budget will support the small and micro enterprises. I say this, sir, because this is an area that we could develop particularly at this time when we are facing the COVID-19 crisis in terms of trade with our major trading partners. The shutdown due to COVID-19 has caused a simultaneous and massive shock to supply and demand. Therefore, we should now pay attention to micro, small and medium-sized enterprise within the country rather than looking outward in the short term. This is to support domestic demand and also prepare these companies for the future. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is very little mention of concessional financing to these entities. A bit was highlighted by my honourable colleague, Honourable Ngavoka, in his contribution. But I believe, sir, that the low interest and zero interest loans are the first line of defense for us to safeguard our liquidity and create internal trading environments. Very little has been said about the government guaranteed and government ordered debt repayment moratorium to the small businesses, which are relatively easy to implement instead. Government continues to use our FNPF as a cash cow. There is very little on tax reductions, sir, and grants offered to those small businesses that are hit hard to help them reduce cost and boost their bottom line. This could be easily funded from the unnecessary expenditure, such as the construction of the Honourable Prime Minister's office of $7 million, leasing of government vehicle of about $29 million, increasing of government rent of $27.3 million, as amongst others, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is very little employment incentives measures at maintaining workers on the payroll on the different entities, sir. The government of the Cook Islands, Mr. Speaker, sir, have implemented employment initiative to support workers so that at least they stay with their current employers, even though the economy is much slower, much smaller, and much narrower than Fiji's. Subsidizing businesses to cover operation costs in the short term will help small businesses reduce costs or maintaining employment. This program could be directed to those in the tourism industry and those that are adversely affected during the shutdown. It would be better to commit funds to support paying wages or employees in the agriculture and fisheries sectors in terms of food security, rather than directing these funds to the big businesses and the rich. Most of the major construction provided for in the budget will be undertaken by large companies with bigger profit margins and not small and medium-sized enterprises. Last but not least, Mr. Speaker, sir, government should provide some technical assistance and regulatory measures to support small businesses by removing all the different types and layers of charges that has been put into place by the Fiji First government. For example, this river boat license and other types of licenses out in the village. So many kind of licenses. We could get rid of those. Mr. Speaker, sir, because of all the layers of bureaucratic processes and fees are killing the small businesses, that is the very reason why our ease of doing business ranking has eroded from 34 in 2008 to 104 in 2019. My message, Mr. Speaker, sir, or the message from this side of the House, is that the budget should properly weigh the pros and cons of the different measures. It is also important that policies are well coordinated among relevant government agencies and government sectors to provide effective, timely and operational support to small businesses.
Equally important is the easy access of information, processes and procedures to programs that support small and micro business. I say this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because most of the initiative announced by government is pie in the sky. It sounds very real and very convincing, but the sad part of it that people will not have easy access to all the promises made by the government. A lot of small businesses are still waiting and complaining that they have not accessed promises made during the COVID-19 response budget. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, sir, we all agree that we are living in extraordinary times. We must also put in place extraordinary measures, targeting the right priorities rather than just creating an illusion, false hope, and anticipation by our people. The national budget, sir, will not redress the plight of those who have lost their jobs and support more than the 50% of our population who have been seriously affected by the crisis. It's time for the government to humble itself, get off its high horses, and foster bipartisan and encourage working partnership with all stakeholders so that we can ride the hard times together for a better tomorrow. Last but not the least, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm very much concerned with the high level of debt today. Every solo citizen of this country, including a child born today, will inherit something around $9,000 compared to $3,000 in 2006. This is when you compare the debt level to the GDP per capita. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is unsustainable and unacceptable for a small country like Fiji. We are putting our responsibility to our future generation to pay for all our debts due to mismanagement. Our future generation will find it difficult to borrow any more for any future development because they will be burdened with paying debt made by an irresponsible government. In this view, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm not supporting the 2020-2021 national budget. Thank you, sir. Honourable members, I thank the Honourable Ratanainga Malol for his contribution to the debate. Honourable members, we will now suspend proceedings for dinner. Parliament will resume in an hour's time. We adjourn. Honourable members, we will continue with the debate on the budget, and I now call upon the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, the Honourable Fayez Koel. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Members of Parliament, fellow Fijians. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing me to take the floor to deliver my statement in support of the 2020-2021 national budget. Mr. Speaker, sir, right at the outset, let me just quickly say, sir, there is one word, Mr. Speaker, sir, that describes all the material that has come from the opposition today. And that word, Mr. Speaker, sir, is anachronism. Anachronism. Simply put, they've blurred the past with the present. And we're not the only ones living in the past like they say, sir. They are. They're the ones living in this past. Mr. Speaker, sir, over the years, we have provided Fijians what matters to them most. Affordable and accessible education and health care, better roads and ports, improved connectivity, and the ability to make a good living. Mr. Speaker, sir, without the guidance and the vision of the Honourable Prime Minister, Fiji would not have achieved the growth we experienced over the past decade and, Mr. Speaker, sir, achieved COVID-contained status. With the greatest of sincerity, Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Prime Minister, sir, we thank you for your leadership, and I'd also like to thank the Honourable Attorney General and Minister for Economy for an innovative and inclusive budget for the betterment of all Fijians. Mr. Speaker, sir, the world and our country are facing once-in-a-lifetime challenge with this COVID-19 pandemic. The 2020-2021 budget gives us hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, by providing a well-designed plan to bring us out of this crisis and set us on the road to recovery. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this turbulent time, the only certainty is the uncertainty that we face. Hence, in order to overcome that challenge before us, we need to be steadfast. We need to be unified. We need to be loyal to the well-being of every Fijian in our country. Mr. Speaker, sir, what the opposition has stated so far is so polar opposite. Instead of unity, opposition has preached disunity. Instead of togetherness, opposition has preferred divisiveness. Instead of truth, opposition advocates untruths. Instead of honest analysis, Mr. Speaker, sir, opposition chooses to peddle unfounded conspiracy theories. Mr. Speaker, sir, this morning, Mr. Speaker, sir, the leader of the opposition has claimed that the Fijian economy has grown by 0.75% in the last decade. That is 2010 to 2019. I hear them saying that's right. And now economy specialists saying that's right. Mr. Speaker, sir, however, these facts are completely and utterly incorrect. The average economic growth for the period of 2010 to 2019 was 3.2%, Mr. Speaker, sir. These figures, Mr. Speaker, sir, these figures, listen and learn. These figures, Mr. Speaker, sir, were verified by the World Bank Group, Mr. Speaker, sir, and not just the Reserve Bank of Fiji. So this morning's utterance, Mr. Speaker, sir, by the opposition leader is an outright fabrication and manipulation of the facts, of the true facts. And once again, true to form, misinformation is being spread around this House and to the general public of Fiji, Mr. Speaker, sir. Today, Mr. Speaker, sir, the opposition went back on their PACER Plus bandwagon. Yet again, with no research done. None whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, sir, the opposition should stop speaking about PACER Plus because they clearly don't understand. My ministry, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be happy to run a seminar
for the opposition on Pay Surplus so that these rather uneducated and embarrassing remarks stop, Mr. Speaker, sir. Let me tell you the real facts. By joining Pay Surplus, Mr. Speaker, sir, what benefits are we giving to our Fijian manufacturers? Question 1. In fact, Pay Surplus will require zero rising of 80% of Fiji's trade, Mr. Speaker, sir. Pay Surplus will result in liberalization of sectors where Australia and New Zealand industries are more competitive, Mr. Speaker, and have economies of scale and are more powerful than Fijian industries. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, will be detrimental to many of our Fijian industries. Please understand, Pay Surplus will not, and I repeat, will not provide any additional access to Australia and New Zealand markets than what we already have, Mr. Speaker, sir. In addition, Pay Surplus will systematically erode our policy space, Mr. Speaker, sir, and our sovereignty, and tie our hands with regards to the future trade agreements with any third country. So do some research. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honourable Leader of Opposition also stated that the reduction of tariffs was worrying and uncalled for and would damage Fijian industries. Yet again, Mr. Speaker, sir, no research done. Here are the facts. Whilst the new tariff structure focuses on reinvigorating our trade and removing bureaucratic processes in obtaining duty concessions and protection is still accorded to domestic manufacturers on similar commodities. Fiscal duties and import excise tax have been reduced on items such as machinery, mechanical appliances and parts, to white goods, vehicles, hygiene products and canned food products. Mr. Speaker, sir, the main reason for the reduction in tariffs is to stimulate economic activity in the manufacturing sector. The import of raw materials has been made cheaper, Mr. Speaker. For example, fiscal duty on footwear and components to manufacture footwear has reduced from 32 to 15%, and import excise reduced from 10 to 0%. This leads to reduced cost of production, ability to compete better, and in turn will lead to employment, Mr. Speaker. Local businesses are at the heart of every community, and we continue to believe in our ability to produce world-class products, Mr. Speaker, and enhance the Fijian-made brand and what it stands for. This is the time, Mr. Speaker, sir, to show our national pride and demonstrate our support for the brand, including the opposition, Mr. Speaker. As the Honourable Prime Minister has stated, this is the one time the opposition could have risen beyond their usual dogma and displayed some patriotism and some unity for the sake of our nation, for the sake of our health workers. Order. Have you finished? You don't like it when it gets told. Our RFMF personnel, our frontliners, and every Fijian that has sacrificed and helped our nation combat the pandemic, but to no avail, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in summary, the national budget for the 2020-2021 financial year focuses on getting tourism back on its feet by making the sector competitive, streamlining business processes, empowering MSMEs, and strengthening and diversifying our economic base. You can see, Mr. Speaker, sir, they get all riled up because this is the truth. This is the truth, and they don't like it when it's told to them. Mr. Speaker, sir, the nearly instantaneous global economic decline, and this is what I say when I say that they live in a different world. The nearly instantaneous global economic decline triggered by the pandemic has widespread ramifications on every single sector. Given this economic slowdown, the pro-growth and the pro-business support policies innovatively encapsulated in the 2020-2021 budget comes at the right time, Mr. Speaker. These measures will ensure that the Fijian economy not only recovers, but it actually grows. The bottom line remains, Mr. Speaker, by helping our business to grow, we are helping Fijian families earn a livelihood and securing their future and that of their children. Mr. Speaker, with respect to tourism,
As one of our most labor-intensive sectors, millions of jobs across the world have been lost, with repercussions felt across all the sectors of the economy in Fiji. Visitor arrivals are expected to decline by about 75% this year, whilst earnings, as per the July 2020 forecast, are expected to reduce by 70%. To fully comprehend the crisis, how the crisis is impacting the business, we partnered with the IFC to conduct a COVID business survey. The study revealed that if international travel doesn't resume in the next few months, 60.5% of tourism businesses anticipate closure or moving away from tourism. Occupancy rates were down by 69% at a time when our industry was once at this peak. I love the way they come up with this. What will you do? Where are you going to get the money from? It's a budget. Listen and learn.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, sir,
Order.
we know the impact. We know the impact. So let's focus on the fact that not all is lost. The tourism industry has shown resilience to adapt and to recuperate from adversity. Along with the rest of the world, we now pivot to focus on preparedness and opportunities for economic stability. How we respond in moments like this is a testament of our character and, more importantly, our solidarity as Fijians as a nation, Mr. Speaker. Whilst the borders remain closed, we have focused on marketing domestic tourism through our Love Our Locals campaign as a starting point. And according to a recent survey of close to about 40 hotels around Fiji, the average hotel occupancy rate was approximately 55%. These were all by our own people, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order. Order. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of gibberish coming from that side, Mr. Speaker. As the minister responsible for tourism, trade and transport, read. Our work plan has a new direction with 4 stages of market re-entry. Each stage works progressively towards rebuilding markets and calls for a different consumer message and approach.
Order. Honorable Whip, you should know better than that. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I don't think she understands which portfolios I have. Through Tourism Fiji, Mr. Speaker, we've significantly realigned our marketing strategies for the coming financial year. Budget allocation for markets are being reprioritized and rediverted. For example, a portion of the budget for markets such as North America and China and India being redirected to Australia and New Zealand. It goes without saying that Australia and New Zealand will play a key role in our tourism recovery. And given that Fiji makes only a small percentage of their outbound markets, there is immense opportunity for growth. This can be made possible with close collaboration with the industry to position Fiji as a trusted and value-for-money holidaying destination and gradually opening our borders through our comprehensive, and I want to say this loud and proud, Mr. Speaker, sir, comprehensive COVID-safe economic recovery framework, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, we're working on our own bubble, a Bula bubble between Fiji, New Zealand and Australia.
Order.
This will allow Aussies and Kiwis to holiday in our VIP lane, Mr. Speaker, sir. We've established specific pathways with Tuvalu, Kiribati and Tonga, who rely on Fiji's national carrier for connectivity. Safe blue lanes have also been initiated for yachts and pleasure craft. Just 2 weeks ago, we welcomed our first yachts from New Zealand. One yacht alone brought about $40,000 into the local community over just 2 days. Not only that, Forex Outlet also has reopened, giving a little bit of life back into the bustling Denera. To date, 26 yachts have been approved to enter Fiji, and we're looking at approximately $1 million being injected into the country by the end of the year. Mr. Speaker, sir, our greatest asset is our people. They are what makes the industry what it is today, and our economic resilience actually comes from them. It emanates from them. Fijians in the tourism industry and tourism-dependent sectors suffered the most. Thousands of jobs were lost and families have suffered. So we acted decisively. Mr. Speaker, sir, in addition to the removal of STT and cuts in ECAL duties and departure taxes, the 150% tax deduction for hotels and restaurants engaging in local artisans will also benefit Fijians who depend on tourism. Mr. Speaker, sir, we've received overwhelming responses from the industry, commending the Fijian government on this forward-looking budget. In the words of one of our major operators and very senior member of the industry, Mr. Tony Whitten, and I quote, "The leadership shown by the government has not gone unnoticed. I am confident that together we can navigate our way through this crisis and emerge a stronger nation." Mr. Speaker, sir, also understand the industry will play its part. We've taken the necessary steps to revive the industry. We absolutely must ensure that the benefits that come with this budget are actually realized. The tax and duty concessions need to be passed down to our tourists whilst raising the bar in terms of service we offer. The face of tourism has permanently changed, signifying that Fiji will require a gargantuan effort by all to survive and thrive in the new normal of tourism. With respect to MSMEs, Mr. Speaker, sir, MSMEs commonly face challenges such as difficulties in accessing markets and market information, availability of finance, and the burden of regulatory requirements to do business. Through the MSME Fiji, the 1.44 million allocated for funding programs will continue to support a wide range of activities such as creative business ideas and innovative youth and grassroots businesses to become exporters. I'd like to highlight to Honourable Bulitavu, unfortunately he's not here, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP funding that he mentioned this morning under the MSME Fiji has actually received an increased allocation of $500,000. As we understand the essential support this program provides to the businesses in the north. Again, misinformation being passed on, Mr. Speaker. In addition, Honourable Lalambalavu, just a short while ago, please, sir, you said some things about the MSMEs. I think you forgot that the 30 million MSME concessional loans package, which is in addition to the 30 million already allocated in the pre-budget announcement, will contribute towards the much-needed relief to the MSMEs. MSME Fiji will work with the Fiji Institute of Accountants, Women in Business, Fiji Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation, and the Fiji Revenue and Customs Services to ensure that deserving businesses are assisted. This is the budget. The budget passes, it all happens. And it will. These programs, Mr. Speaker, sir, have created a climate where bright businesses' ideas can become a reality. We will continue to handhold MSMEs through advisory, incubation, and training and mentorship programs. We will also continue to revive and diversify and register new cooperatives with the ultimate goal of elevating them from producers to manufacturers to exporters, in line with making Fiji an investment-friendly destination. Mr. Speaker, sir, with respect to doing business, we have also taken steps to alleviate the administrative burdens and reduce bureaucratic obstacles to fast-track approval processes and letting our businesses, especially our MSMEs, breathe in the present environment. Through the Doing Business Task Force, a collaborative group of permanent secretaries and CEOs of approval agencies, we will undertake transformational reforms to achieve the desired results for the betterment of the nation, and this includes our bold target of being ranked in the top 50 countries in doing business by 2025. This, Mr. Speaker, sir, is non-negotiable, and everybody will play ball. Over the past few months, Mr. Speaker, the Fijian government has implemented decisive reforms in the area of starting a business, beginning with the digitalization of the business registration process, bringing tax registration online, and now with the removal of business licensing, we have made it easier for Fijians to start a business and reduce the cost of doing business. In addition, the building permits process will be digitalized in 1 year, which means that the building permit applications and approvals will be done online. Moving to another critical component of the economy, Mr. Speaker, sir, the transport sector, which enables development, builds markets, facilitates trade, links people, and connects local communities to the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, in 2020-21 financial year, we will further enhance linkages between the maritime regions and the mainland. $2.6 million is allocated for the provision of shipping services to the 9 routes, namely the Upper Southern Lao, the Northern Lao, Yasa Moala, Lower Southern Lao, Lomai Viti, Rotuma, Kandavu Yasawa, and Northeast Vanuatu. We will also introduce the new route of Benga, Yanuda, Watulele. Mr. Speaker, sir, with respect to a matter that was raised by Honourable Andre Charlie this morning, Honourable Member was referring to onshore confirmation that is signed at every port during the provision of these services. This is still being signed off by the Tauranga Koro or the Tauranga Vanua, and the Ministry has also now included civil servants in the absence of the Tauranga Koro. The Ministry is also working with the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries to enhance and rural maritime development to enhance trade and boost economic activities for Fijians living in remote and rural and maritime communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, might I conclude by just saying, all throughout this morning we heard about rudderless, and everybody was suddenly grabbed onto this word rudderless. Whilst the opposition talks about a rudderless budget, I'd like to give them a lesson in ships. Firstly, you need a strong ship, which is the Fiji First government. We need a steadfast captain, and who better than our Honourable Prime Minister? We need a really strong engine room, and this side of the house is the engine room. Our navigational charge through these turbulent waters is our national budget. Our navigational aids are our budget strategies. And as a comparison of the other side of the house, there's a ship full of holes, a captain that doesn't exist, and an engine room that's misfiring every day. And some members of the crew about to jump ship onto a new political ship. Mr. Speaker, sir, with adversity comes new opportunities, and through building our resilience as Fijians and steadying our ship, we can come out together from the stormy waters that this crisis actually presents. By setting our vision and course beyond the pandemic, we will set the very foundation of navigating our nation to a better and a more prosperous future. I wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker, support the 2020-2021 budget and look forward to the new financial year with a reinvigorated, re-engineered outlook. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport for his contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honourable Mikaela Lewera. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I have been a member of this August House since 2015. I have participated in 4 budget debates since then. This budget is the worst. In fact, a sum total of poor leadership, unsound economic management, and bad governance. It's not the result of COVID-19 pandemic or economic meltdown, but a sum total of false Bainimarama boom and the beginning of the economic ruin for Fiji. I have one point to make, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is, to let us assume everything is fair and lovely with the allocations made, but what about that 2.7 billion budget of deficit? My question in this context, Mr. Speaker, sir, how have we come to this? How will we raise the necessary revenue for this budget? What would be its implications now and in the future? Who will pay for the extravaganza and at what cost? The answers to these questions, Mr. Speaker, sir, skins the cat to the bone and expose every iota of truth on the matter. This honey-coated budget of 2020-2021, Mr. Speaker, sir, is not only irresponsible, but also self-deceiving. It is a betrayal of mandate, a budget without a human face and a realistic vision. It is a doomsday budget which has put our entire sovereignty to sale by turning promises into debts. It is a shameless and delusional budget hiding behind the excuse of COVID-19 and government not admitting it has finally put the Fiji economy on the path of ruin. Mr. Speaker, Korolabisa mentioned in his response about Udumainduru from Honourable Ngawaka, Honourable Kurundrani, Honourable Ratsuli and myself. What we, the opposition, are trying to do is to drum some sense into government. Since they are not listening, Mr. Speaker, sir, I asked Honourable Korolabisa to note the book of Daniel, chapter 5, verse 25, which reads, Mene, Mene, Tekel, Pasid. This budget has numbered the days of this government. Places like Serua, Mr. Speaker, sir, is one of the most underdeveloped provinces in Fiji. Our people there make their living from fishing, forestry, cash cropping, livestock, and working as laborers and professionals. Those who are engaged in the limited tourism industry in Pacific Harbour are now without jobs. Our problems, Mr. Speaker, sir, range from poverty of access to neglect in terms of rural development. Even the villages along the main Queen's Highway only got their drainage problem partially solved after we knocked the doors of Honourable Minister for Environment and Waterways, for which I thank him. Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, sir, fisheries and forest are the mainstay of the livelihood of the people, and especially so in Serua. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, sir, as I glance through this budget, generally the resource-based sectors have once again been ignored and not given special attention. It appears that the fact or truth of the matter has not dawned upon this government, that it is not tourism, but the resource-based sectors which can sustain our economy, whether we talk about a pandemic or man-made disaster like the effects of a military coup. I plead with government to rethink and relook at its strategies and the priorities, especially in our suggestions in the coming Committee of Supply stage. While I must thank the Honourable Inoshi Kundrani, the Senior Minister for Agriculture, for his elaborate contribution on agriculture, let us look at the forestry sector. Not long ago, we had the mahogany industry reforms. Where have the sawmills dealing with mahogany disappeared? What has been the plight of those mill workers? It points out to the fact that families do not matter. It is the ego which matters and which has set Fiji on the pathway to destruction. Sir, I have continuously raised the plight of the workers and the impact of the sustainable mahogany industry. Why Waivunu sawmill in Serua and Nabutu sawmill in Lotoka? There are several other sawmills like that all over Fiji. We have ceased the operations voluntarily or were made to do so because of draconian laws that were put in place. We are landowners only on paper, but somebody else is making the decisions for us today. I say this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because let us examine the terms and conditions that have been set for logging, which completely puts the resource owners out of the logging business. It is now an industry only for the elite, and here we witness our own resources being plundered with in front of our eyes. This is the nature of a systematic loot, encouraged, financed, and supported by this budget. Not long ago, Mr. Speaker, sir, we were advised of the Green Revolution and its benefits. But what has become of the revolution now? Like every other initiative that was undertaken by this government, and every other thing that they touched or tampered with, the Green Revolution, Mr. Speaker, sir, was a gross failure. Had it been a success, our people would not feel the pinch in the economic meltdown resultant from the COVID-19 pandemic. For countries overseas, Mr. Speaker, sir, COVID-19 is a crisis. But for us here in Fiji, it has been turned into an advantage. In fact, into a scapegoat by this government to evade its failures and continue to oppress our people and milk the remainder of a cash cows barren and dry. It clearly spells out that with Fiji First government at the helm, we are on the brink of an imminent economic ruin. On that, Mr. Speaker, sir, as alluded to by Honourable Kudrani, we hope that the hotel workers would receive the top-up from government, especially those with the Fiji National Provident Fund, less than 1,000 after this budget debate. As if that is not enough, Mr. Speaker, sir, the plight of the working class of this country continues to deteriorate from bad to worse. Let me now address in some detail as the Minister for Employment, Productive and Industrial Relations. Sir, I must thank the Honourable Minister for Employment, Productive and Industrial Relations for the employment survey that he has initiated following the COVID-19 crisis. But we would like to request him to update this House and at least table the progressive report on the survey. I say this because that would dispel the argument that we have every time in this House and elsewhere over the employment rate or figures. The sword of labour reforms, Mr. Speaker, sir, continues to hang over the head of this government, despite its caricature and whitewash antic at Geneva last year to pacify the International Labour Organization. They may continue with the consultation until they leave, but the bottom line is one day these draconian regressive labour legislations that they forcibly imposed upon the workers of Fiji shall perish, and they must be prepared for life after that. That is the reason I say, please, let's go back to the democratic culture of consultation and goodwill.
So the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic meltdown has just provided the Fiji government some breathing space to recover, to consult, to build consensus, and to review its labor laws. Rather than being complacent, thinking that this is the end of the road for them, giving the looming defeat in 2022, they must make sure of this period to complete the labor reforms at home, or let me caution them, this is the lull before the storm, and be prepared to face the worst, because we cannot make slaves out of people who are born free and supposed to be living and working free. The unions will fight for their workers, and they will never give up on their people. Mr. Speaker, sir, while opposing any moves to cut the salaries, wages, or allowances for the civil servants, there is a dire need now than ever for Fiji to ponder seriously whether we need so many expatriates and some local persons holding multiple positions in statutory bodies. Their appointments, perks, and privileges and terms and conditions must be reviewed. There was a time soon after the coup in 2006, we were told, one person, one position. But just look around us. Isn't it sufficient to justify the level of intellectual hypocrisy that exists on the other side of the House? So while the immediate challenge for this government right now is to look for money for its lipstick and honey-coated budget, the larger and collective challenge for the nation is to provide for those affected, either directly or indirectly, by COVID-19 pandemic and this economic meltdown. A stock take of our labor market reveals that more than 115,000 people have been laid off or are placed on part-time work. There are no jobs for youth on the streets and those who will be joining them when the year ends. Our secondary and tertiary industries have just slumped, and there was no backup strategy to contain this. It so happened because our primary industries, or other resource-based sectors like agriculture, sugar, fisheries, forestry, were undermined and neglected over the years. The meager allocations to these sectors, except sugar, in the last one decade speaks out the truth for itself. Now our people have realized that the safest investment to make, apart from education and health, or an mutual trust, is to invest in a primary industry. It puts land and labor to good use, keeps you healthy by supply of fresh goods, and one does not have to rely on foreign governments or states to rescue you or depend on your government to bail you out when you are faced with financial problems. The farmers of Fiji have proved this. They are the only lot of people in Fiji who can proudly say, I have the means and ways to earn and make a living except grain growers. That brings me to speak very briefly, Mr. Speaker, on the implementation of Sustainable Development Goals. First and foremost, we have heard that the Honorable Moses Mbultabo speak in this House about his trip to Mongolia, and which Pacific Island states, including Fiji, was singled out for being behind the schedule in the implementation of SDGs. Stakeholders, civil society organizations, the opposition parties are to be consulted widely in the SDGs. Government, Mr. Speaker, needs to be realistic and responsible, or all will come to naught. Secondly, the Bill of Rights in the 2013 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, and the number of legislation, as well as treaty ratifications by this government, does not in any way certify the implementation process, because, in fact, the benefits of these things have not trickled down to the ordinary people and to herald the changes that is intended by the SDGs. Thirdly, with the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic repercussions, I intend, Mr. Speaker, to raise the question on how does the government intends to implement the SDGs now, given it's almost financially and ideologically on the brink of doom. These issues, coupled with those raised by the honourable members, points out clearly that the Fiji First government has only been providing lip service, or rather, the lipstick solution with regard to the implementation of the SDGs. It proves that the lives of the people and the international commitment does not matter. What matters is its ego and selfish agenda. The next issue, Mr. Speaker, is the conundrums in the education sector with the failed so-called ready reforms, government's inability to establish a National Education Commission, and having inculcated child rights in the wrong context. The Fiji government has torn our education sector apart. Its policies and programs have been the root cause of division and moral collapse of the education sector. It will now take ages to remedy the tragic situation this government has created. In fact, I feel sorry for the President Minister for Education, who bears the brunt to no fault of own, except to play defensive instead of admitting past mistakes of our predecessors in 2007. We had a minister who introduced reforms and then resigned, then a part-time education minister, and now a minister paying the price for the same. The rot in the education sector, Mr. Speaker, sir, does not stop the Ministry of Education,
but extends to the institutions of higher education, the recent saga at the University of the South Pacific is a glaring example of that. The manner in which the BDO audit report was swept under the carpet and the Vice-Chancellor was made the sacrificial lamb in the whole drama brings the conduct of this government on governance into account. I say this because we do not only host the seat of this regional university, but in every budget we allocate millions of dollars to it as grants and then pump in further funds via TELS. The fact that there is a huge arrears with respect to the non-payment of TELS to universities is another story altogether, but exposes the truth of the matter beyond our imagination. Before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, sir, with your indulgence, I wish to pay tribute to two prominent people who passed away recently. The first is Turangana Buniwalo Kurlebu, who is a paramount chief. Aulana Buniwalo kept himself immune from politics. Instead, he devoted his time to godliness, the welfare and development of his people. He was a humble knight with a kind heart, a brave soldier who fought his own personal battles till the end, and a fatherly figure whose wise counsel and visionary leadership would be sorely missed and fondly remembered. While thanking my party and the Honorable Prime Minister and the government and all the people for their rengu on Seru Island, I take this opportunity on behalf of Serua to express our heartfelt condolences to the family, to family members of Buniwalo. May he rest in high peace. May he rest high in peace. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to pay my tribute to our former Prime Minister, Honorable Lassinian Garcia, who has left a rich legacy in enterprise and public affairs for us and for the future generations by his noble thoughts, words, and deeds. As a faithful servant of God and his people, Honorable Lassinian Garcia has left an indelible mark in the history of Fiji, and God willing, his unfinished agenda will be completed by our party and our future generations, if not us. His ideals and principles, mission and vision remain the guiding philosophy of Sodalpa, to which I pledge here again today to vote on the remainder of my life with the rest of us from our party. While sympathizing with Mrs. Lembang Garcia and her family members, as well as the people of Laos province, I join each and every patriotic citizen of Fiji to pray that the Honorable Lassinian Garcia rest high in peace now that he is gone, leaving an unparalleled record as well as dreams for this nation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, sir, this honey-coated and self-deceiving budget 2020-2021 reminds me of the story of King Midas. This budget is exactly the opposite. Everything this government touched, it failed. And now, given the pronouncements of this budget, it is apparent that they have lost the touch of the pulse of this nation. Even the one-time head of Govis had admitted that openly in the social media. That leads me to make my final remark that, Mr. Speaker, said that you cannot hide three things: the sun, the moon, and the truth. The so popular boom of last year has been reduced to a doom. Now that is the final fate of the Fiji First Party. The puzzling question is, Mr. Speaker, sir, should I congratulate or console them? I will do neither, and leave the judgments to the people of Fiji in 2022. This budget is a pro-business. This budget is pro-business, Mr. Speaker, sir, and ignores the importance of the informal sector. Our people are trapped, Mr. Speaker, sir, our people are trapped in poverty without opportunities and alternatives. I remember the book of Proverbs 22:7, it says, the rich rules over the poor, and the borrower is the slave of the lender. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose the budget as presented by the Honourable Minister for Economy and lend my support to response by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Nasabalik.
I thank the Honourable Michaela Navarro for his contribution to the debate, and I now give the floor to the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development, the Honourable Pramila Kumar. You have the floor, ma'am.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Cabinet colleagues, fellow members of Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to deliver my statement in support of the 2020-2021 national budget. Let me commend the Honourable Minister for Economy for a very thoughtful progressive, and bold budget designed to navigate these uncertain and challenging times. Thoughtful because it takes into account everyone's needs by not raising VAT, personal or corporate taxes, as some were predicting. By maintaining social wages, by not cutting civil service salaries, and by supporting those who are unemployed or underemployed. Progressive because the budget focuses on near and long-term job creation by financing public investments, providing stimuli to private sector and construction industry, and supporting ordinary Fijians through government initiatives. It is a bold budget because the service turnover tax is removed, ECAL slashed, the business license removed, the tariff restructured, and the closure of 5 overseas missions. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a well-planned budget for the broadest range of Fijian citizens and institutions, and the broadest range of needs in our nation. This budget is made for economic recovery because it restores business confidence, investor confidence, and consumer confidence. Both international and local institutions are predicting economic contraction, but none of them are able to forecast with certainty when our international travel and trade will be normalized or what will be the depth and duration of this economic contraction. Against this backdrop, the Minister for Economy has delivered a budget that addresses not only our immediate needs over the next 12 months, but also carefully lays the foundation for years ahead by introducing various stimuli and incentives that are absolutely needed for the economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, sir, from the media and again, listening to the debate from the opposition members, I can only say that nothing will change the mentality, criticism at any opportunity. Considering that the crisis affects not only Fiji, but also the whole world, the government has realistically and comprehensively addressed issues across the board. However, the opposition is again playing with emotions of the people by giving them a false hope that they would have done better than us. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the budget was announced, many critics were in a shock at the level of innovation and outside-the-box thinking that gave us a budget that safeguards the welfare of every Fijian in these deeply trying times. Workers, children, men, women, businesses, civil servants, vendors, farmers, those who lost their jobs due to COVID-19 will reap some form of benefit and assistance as together we weather the COVID-19 storm. Mr. Speaker, sir, we could call it the people's budget that has restored hope after opposition and other critics had nothing better to say. Where our critics see only the dark clouds of the last few months, government offers a way for all Fijians to walk in the light. Where our critics peddle doom and gloom stuck in the present, government puts us on a road to a brighter future. We have seen, Mr. Speaker, sir, economies many times larger than Fiji have been torn apart because of this virus. Fiji is not immune. Mr. Speaker, sir, the allocations for my 2 ministries have been reduced, but that does not mean the services are not being provided. Our municipal council's budget, for example, were not designed for a pandemic of this magnitude. And we are doing everything we can to adapt and make sure that council services continue to function as best as possible. As a result, our municipal councils are short of the revenue they need to the tune of $18.4 million. Some of the revenue streams affected at this time are rates, garbage collection fees, toll fees, hiring of sports and events venue, property rentals, and parking meter fees. We should also note that a number of ratepayers have not been able to pay their rates on time for several years, and this is even before COVID-19 pandemic was declared. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite the impact on council revenue streams, our government has removed the need for business license to start a business. We know that businesses drive the economy, and today more than ever, we need to make it easy to start a business. The financial impacts of COVID-19 on cities and towns across the country and on our lives and livelihood is going to be serious and long-term. Mr. Speaker, sir, to better understand each ratepayer's ability to pay rates and for the councils to respond to those who are in legitimate distress, all councils will be completing rate profiling in the respective municipality. The results will assist the councils to come up with strategies to assist ratepayers where necessary. Mr. Speaker, sir, this year we saw the completion of 3 new markets, Namaka, Langere, and Reki Reki. All these markets provide hundreds of Fijians an opportunity to earn a living. Municipal councils have also decentralized their markets and opened up flea markets to assist people who have lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, sir, the allocation of 2.545 million this year to support solid waste management continues. The government's commitment to improving this essential municipal council service will be achieved through regional partnership and shared services between councils. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Local Government is already working on a comprehensive reforms to bring the planning system into the 21st century. These reforms will create a simpler planning system and improve the capacity, capability, and performance of town and country planning to accelerate development. The review of the Town and Country Planning Act will be finalized. We will have a modern framework that guides scheme plans, building, subdivision, rezoning, and forward planning, giving greater certainty to current and future investment. To implement faster turnaround times and decision-making, the Ministry will focus on digitization by working with Ministry of Communication. The national budget is a time to realign expenditure to cater for new priorities and to discontinue expenditure in areas where assistance is no longer needed, and for the programs that have concluded. Sometimes we take it by looking at the budget book as if the programs have been cut down just because there is no money. Sometimes the programs have concluded. That's why the reductions are shown in the budget book. Mr. Speaker, sir, despite hard times, the Ministry of Housing and Community Development has been allocated $13.4 million to provide housing support to low and middle income earners. Ministry has introduced a number of innovative measures such as engaging with non-government organizations, multilateral financial institutions, development partners, and the private sector to deliver a breadth of projects using different financial modalities. Mr. Speaker, sir, our first home owner grant will continue despite these challenging times. This budget takes a bold step responding to the current market conditions with an increase in assistance up to $30,000 per household. In response to the Honorable Bolitabo's comment on the first home grant, where he said only 100 to 150 applicants will benefit, and the last time it was announced, it was a great failure. I don't know how he assessed the failure. People waited in frustration given the approvals and requirements, and also now people say it's just whom you know that gets the chance first. Unfortunately, he doesn't know that this program started in 2014. Ministry of Housing and Community Development is working in partnership with all financial institutions. If anyone who wants to apply for a first home grant under this program, they have to put in the application to the financial institution. The intent of this program is to provide this grant as a deposit to the first home, or to either to build or to buy. So that is the intent. So I find this statement completely misleading. The program was introduced, as I said, and we have spent a total of $23.6 million in assistance to this household to date. And why are we working with financial institutions, Mr. Speaker, sir? When we work with the financial institutions, ministry, they reduce the cost of enforcement. All that is taken on board by the financial institution. And for your information, in 2019-2020, 15 applicants did not use their grant, and that money was reimbursed by the banks back to Ministry of Housing. So this is how we check and ensure that the grants are utilized properly. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Housing and Community Development has been working in partnership with all financial institutions. We have Again, I want to correct Honorable Bulitavo, Mr. Speaker, sir. Unfortunately, he just says things and again he moves out of the room and is not here to listen to what we all have to say about some of the statements he had made. And in fact, when he made that statement, he made it with confidence and he misled the House that one has to withdraw funds from general account of FNPF to buy or build a home. This is not correct, Mr. Speaker, sir. General account can be accessed for education, medical, funeral, and unemployment, whereas preserved account is for house and land. How many people will benefit? That's the question he asked. Mr. Speaker, sir, there are various programs for different needs. And this program is not the only program to assist first home owners. Our calculations show a total of 432 households will be assisted in 2021 budget, with a total of 6 million allocated for first home, first land grant in different categories. In 2019-2020, a total of 543 applicants benefited from these grant programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm pleased to note that the social housing program is not affected in the 2020-2021 budget. The assistance for people with special need will also continue under the direct supervision of the ministry. This program was initially implemented by Habitat for Humanity Fiji. Given the need for this assistance to be accessible to the larger community, this program has been restructured under a new cost model. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the 2019-2020 financial year, the budget allocation for the informal settlement upgrade program was used to complete the works of 3 informal settlements, which are Waindamundamu, Duvu, and Lendrusasa. 183 households in Duvu and Lendrusasa will receive 99-year leases this year, and 270 families in Waindamundamu will receive the lease titles early next year. The total investment in the upgrading of these 3 settlements is in excess of $12 million. Mr. Speaker, sir, preparatory work for 5 more settlements, Wakanisila, Sakoda, Tavela, Torre, Filfo, are nearly complete and will be ready for the commencement of civil works in this financial year. This will benefit 588 households. With the recent launch of Ministry's new website and its social media platforms, Fijians can access services digitally. Information on all assistance programs, application forms, related legislation, and publications are now available to all Fijians. This also includes access to the free download of a 2-bedroom, Category 4, cyclone-certified timber house, together with the list of materials required to build it. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry will also be developing a 3-bedroom house plan that meets all planning requirements so that people don't have to spend money to pay professionals or wait for approvals of plans. These services will add immense value for our low to middle income earners and encourage them to start construction. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry will complete the review of the National Housing Policy in the new financial year. This will outline strategies, direction, and new mechanism to meet the increasing demand for affordable housing and strengthen the legal framework across the housing spectrum. Mr. Speaker, sir, now let me turn to certain budget critics who have been harping about tariff restructure that in their view will not assist the vulnerable group. Comments such as, why chocolates, jams, cabbage, eggplant, tomatoes, or salmon? Who will buy diamonds or luxury vehicles? Who will buy white goods, or white goods are not commonly used in our village, in our koros, in informal settlements? Mr. Speaker, sir, low-income earners are assisted directly and indirectly. Direct assistance is through social welfare and other social programs in different ministries such as social housing and other forms of social wages. Mr. Speaker, sir, when budget is crafted, it considers all areas of the economy, all types of businesses, all economic activity, and all forms of consumption and production in the country. So yes, in addition to the attention this budget pays to the low and middle income Fijians, it also encourages people who can afford to buy luxury goods to do so and to pay the taxes on those goods. and to help employ people in jewelry shops and appliance stores and car showrooms, and to circulate that money through the economy. We want the government to collect taxes needed for capital projects such as mini market, roads and bridges, to support unemployed and underemployed members of the community, and to continue providing social wages to our people. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Buli Tabo's comment cannot go unchallenged, particularly his comments that 1,600 white goods that are our imports, and he further said that these are not consumed or used by people in the rural areas. I really don't know whose house he visited, Mr. Speaker, sir, that he was not able to see the white goods in some of these informal settlements and corals. One has to pick up the 2011 hire purchase report that clearly states that white good industry for consumers is around 60 million every year, and around 81,125 people bought white goods in 2011, where 70% of this household earned less than 20,000, when the personal income tax at that time was 16,000. Now more people can access white goods because the income threshold increased to 30,000 in 2017, improving the purchasing power. Regarding duty reduction, the intent of this exercise was to remove subjective decision-making and bureaucratic red tape, and to make these items affordable to consumers and businesses. I don't know why we have got this idea that duty reduction is only for one group of people. It is also for businesses, as explained by Honorable Koya. So this is various ways of just making our economy work in many different forms. Mr. Speaker, sir, every economy is in the survival mode, and building in recovery measures into the budget is the way to go. The government has introduced measures that will assist in retaining the jobs we have, creating the jobs we need, and revitalizing the economy in all sectors. The budget has received resounding support from people from across all sectors. Mr. Speaker, sir, I support the budget for 2020-2021 as presented by the Minister for Economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
I thank the Minister for Local Government, Housing and Community Development for contribution to the debate. And I now give the floor to the Honorable Ratu Suliano Matintombo. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, I bring to this House the greetings and best wishes of the people of Lamosi Province. While watching and conducting of the affairs of their land with dismay, we continue to pray to the Almighty to protect us from the effects of COVID-19 and to continue to show us the light in the future. However, this budget has poured cold water on their hopes. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I wish to pay tribute to the late Prime Minister of Fiji, the Honorable Leslie Forase, the Turawanaki Kabuda. It was my privilege to enter national politics under his leadership. The late Honorable Leslie Forase was a towering figure who was like a father to me, and I learned much from him. In celebrating his legacy, I wish to reflect on the honor he granted to me and the Vanua Vanturawa Bugimuke in appointing me to serve in his government. It was my privilege to serve in the late Honorable Forase administration, given that my great-grandfather was one of the 13 signatories of the Peace of Cession executed in Lemuka on the 10th October 1874. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also wish to recognize the historic legislation he proposed in line with his 50-50 by 2020 blueprint, which was approved by Parliament in December 2001, as per the provision of Chapter 5 of the 1997 Constitution, to achieve in full measures the intents and covenants of the deed of cession. This includes the Land Claim Tribunal Bill and the Gully Bill, which are our unfinished agenda. With all sincerity, Mr. Speaker, sir, this nation and its people will continue to seek to achieve what the late Honorable Varese was prematurely stopped from doing in his time. Coming to the Philippine Bill, I wish to place on record my support for the response by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. As the Honorable Leader of the Opposition has stated, this budget is irresponsible, ruthless, and deceptive budget. It's a doomsday budget. Unfortunately, this budget does not give policymakers clear direction as to how expenditure ought to be implemented to achieve the desired objectives. Mr. Speaker, sir, what is the cause of doom we face as a nation? Is the coronavirus pandemic alone responsible for the sudden disappearance of the unprecedented doom that the Honorable Minister for Economy has been boasting about? Mr. Speaker, sir, the COVID-19 pandemic is a blessing in disguise for the Fiji government. Our economy was already in recession since 2017. Our GDP growth was already below zero last year, when it was contracted by 1.3%. Yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Minister of Economy continued to boast about unprecedented growth. I believe that what he meant was unprecedented growth in our debt stock. Sir, in 2006, our total debt stock was put to 2.5 billion. This has grown more than 3 times, and our total debt now is 8.3 billion. Now, that is unprecedented, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Minister for Economy in his speech says, and I quote, that the current high borrowing is to build for tomorrow, and it means future generations can borrow less, unquote. Instead of building a brighter future for our generation to come, the Fiji government continue to selfishly, lavishly enjoy a spending spree they will not be responsible to repay. Is this the future we envision for our youth? A future where we are setting them up to be caught in a debt trap. Mr. Speaker, this budget is a regressive budget without a vision. It is irresponsible, ruthless, and deceptive. Mr. Speaker, sir, let me speak very briefly on my shadow portfolio as Minister for Youth and Sports. The Ministry of Youth and Sports budget has been reduced by 25%, from 16 million to 12 million. This reduction sends the signal that this government really does not care about the youth of this nation, especially during this current time. Regardless of reduction, Mr. Speaker, sir, I note few increases in allocation within the ministry. To my dismay, Mr. Speaker, sir, 2 of these increases would have been better directed in programs that will empower our youth. First is the new allocation of 44,500 for social media management. How will this help prepare our youth to go through this crisis? One can only wonder as to who is receiving this allocation. as I believe that this can be easily directed to create additional staff posts within the ministry for capable young people instead of outsourcing it to external service providers. Mr. Speaker, the ministry's social media page are not impressive. The social media page are not impressive. And I'm told 45,000 was paid in the previous fiscal year. Then the minister explained what fantastic service is provided for 44,500 allocated this year. The second allocation I wish to query is the construction of the rural sports complex in Vulisia, Kedah. I, for one, would strongly agree for such development to take place. However, I believe that the timing might not be right. The 1.3 million for this item could have been directed to other priority areas within the ministry. More worrying, Mr. Speaker, is that this allocation is under RIE. So will it really happen, or is it just a gimmick? Will this project be implemented within this fiscal year? Or are we going to see the same item again in the next few appropriation bill, like the other similar projects, which have become the hallmark of the Fiji-Face government? Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge the 1 million allocated for overseas sports tournament. How realistic is this allocation taking into account that our borders are still closed? This, sir, is another inappropriate allocation that could have been reduced so that resources can be adequately redirected within the ministry. Mr. Speaker, I acknowledge the 600,000 for youth capacity building and training program. I hope that this training program aligned with an accredited institution so that still the youth brains are actually recognized and benchmarked for their future employment. Mr. Speaker, has been recommendation of the Standing Committee, and I hope that the Fiji-Face government will not treat this recommendation as optional, making a mockery for the Parliament-free Standing Committee. Mr. Speaker, a majority of our population are youth, and they are represented significant numbers in our workforce. Post-COVID-19, more than 115,000 have lost their jobs. Many more working on reduced hours. Undoubtedly, majority of these are youths. Instead of addressing this issue, Mr. Speaker, this budget marginalizes them and deceives them by making disbursing their debts as promised, because it is the youth who will repay the 8.3 billion in loans our people will owe. I am sad to note that the government has not planned initiative to help youth thrive. Instead, the government has removed tariffs and duties on imported goods and services, and this will challenge and destroy our local industry, leading to more job losses. Why doesn't the government diversify resources to support our local industry that will create more employment for youth? I am also disappointed to see the reduction of duty on alcohol. This does not empower the youth. It causes more social problems. Why can the government support local production and entrepreneurship that will bring back the confidence in our young people to be innovative and self-supporting rather than dependent on in-house? I call on government to prioritize and redirect resources adequately so that our youth are not marginalized further. I make this suggestion to secure our youth, give them hope in this trying and testing times. All in all, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe that this irresponsible, ruthless, and deceiving budget does not care about our young people and their family. It is a doomsday budget. In summing up, Mr. Speaker, sir, this government has failed miserably to do its duty. That brings home, Mr. Speaker, all upon all honorable members to put aside their political affiliation in the best interest of this nation and use our opportunity to deliver a vote of no confidence to the government. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to register my strong opposition to this irresponsible, ruthless, and deceptive budget. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Ratu Suliano Motentombo for his contribution to the debate, and I now call upon the Assistant Minister for Employment, Productivity, Industrial Relations, Youth and Sports, the Honourable Alvik Maharaj. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Ministers and Assistant Ministers, Honourable Leader of Opposition, Honourable Members of Parliament, and all those watching from the comfort of your home, a very good evening to you all. Honourable Speaker said, before I start, this is the very reason as to why Minister for Economy called on opposition to come for a budget brief. Had they actually attended the budget brief, this kind of question would not have been raised in this August House. Opposition, they try to actually act smart, but to Honourable Ratu Suliano Motentombo, the reduction in the budget is just because there won't be any international matches. Due to COVID-19, travel restrictions apply. Nobody would be traveling to Fiji, nor the Fiji teams would be traveling abroad to participate in overseas matches. So why do we need that budget?
That's where the reduction is.
That's where the reduction is. As simple as that. Honourable Speaker, opposition needs to realize they have been criticizing the budget for past 6 years. But what they fail to realize that they keep criticizing and Fiji Fest continues to deliver. They need eyes to see what's happening around them. I really don't understand how long it will take this set of expired politicians to realize they are doing no good to the parliamentary process nor to the nation. Every year, we come with a budget. Sometimes they oppose, sometimes they walk out, clearly showing how confused they get whenever they hear a budget or see our budget. I will give a typical example. Our opposition member, who claims to be a champion of the tourism industry, ran out of words during his speech today and didn't even speak about tourism industry. This clearly shows what happens to them when Fiji Fest starts to deliver. Since opposition members are so good at walking out, it's almost 9 p.m., they can go home and rest. Honourable Speaker say, I rise in support of a very understanding 2020-2021 national budget. A budget that understands the need of its people. A budget that ensures that families affected with COVID-19 crisis are able to have food on their table. A budget that understands that while on one side we need to give immediate help to people, on the other side we need to bring our economy back on track. A very understanding budget, as delivered by Honourable Minister for Economy and Attorney General, has put our people at the centre. This is the difference, Honourable Speaker. We, Fiji Fest, put Fijians at the centre of the budget. And opposition members try to place themselves at the centre. That's why they are not able to digest such a considerable budget. Our measures on protecting livelihoods is based on helping people to stay employed and business to stay viable. With an eye on the future, this budget sets out a strategy to build a bridge to recovery. We can go far length to pick points to oppose this budget, but let's look at the budget with more holistic approach. The investment in our future must continue. And I must ask this question: who are the future of this country? We are. We, the 70% young Fijians, are the future of the country, and not the vintage politicians from the other side. Investment in this 70% population must continue in order to build a more sustainable and resilient economy for Fiji. I applaud the government and the Minister for Economy for continued budgetary support towards the future of Fiji and the young Fijians. The investment in this sector will never fail. Investment in our young generation will never fail. Much has been said about housing grants in a negative way. But what wrong have we done as young Fijians if we want to build our house for my family? And if my government, my Fiji First government, is supporting me, what's wrong in that? We are educated, and thanks goes to free education. We have tertiary qualification, thanks to TELS and toppers. We, the young Fijians, have employment, thanks to open merit recruitment system. At this juncture, Honorable Speaker, it is through such policies we see that recruitment is done on basis of merit and not on nepotism. If you go to government agencies today, you see so many young employed because these young Fijians and their hard work matters to this government. Unlikely previously, when civil servants were employed on basis of nepotism, skin color, race, and gender. Today, in this ever-changing time, we have a very young and vibrant workforce in public sector. Because of such policies, we are able to feed our family. We are able to drive our family around because we can afford a car. So what's wrong if the government of the day is helping me out to build a house which I can call my home? What else as a young Fijian I need to ask from a government? This is not just about me. This is about those 70% young Fijian stories who are successful Fijians. Disasters comes and goes. Crisis comes and goes. That does not mean all resources should be diverted to one sector of country's economy. One of the best investment a country can do in terms of building its human resources, and in a country where 70% of the population fall under age of 40, Fiji First government is just doing that. We, the 70% of the population, needs sustainability. We need our future to be protected. We need this assistance today to build a better tomorrow. And don't worry, once we have a stable future, we will pay the debt. We need to go away from the culture of spoon feeding. We need policies to enable us to self-sustain ourselves. I, for one, young Fijians, I didn't mention youth, young Fijians below age of 40. I, for one, on behalf of all those Fijians who are building their future by the policies passed by Fiji First government, thank Honorable Prime Minister for the vision he has for Fijians. I would also like to thank the government on behalf of young and vibrant civil servants for not reducing our pay. While some politicians and political pundits call for pay reduction, Fiji First government places the needs of civil servants first. Honorable Speaker, we are not in the business of printing money. One way we can push money into circulation is through civil servants' pay. Honorable Speaker said, government bills for civil servant pay is close to 4 million daily. Civil servants, they spend their salaries, which get circulated internally in our economy, which thus boosts our businesses and people remain employed. The moment government had reduced the salary, civil servants would have gone from spending mode to saving mode. Just imagine, what drastic situation would have been created by reducing the salary of civil servants. All of a sudden, the cash flow within the economy would have vanished. Exactly what we're seeing in tourism sector, thus leading to closure of business and unemployment would have reached the sky. How would have that helped our current situation, which has already been ruined by COVID-19? I would also like to place on record my appreciation to the Most Honorable Prime Minister for his continued confidence and support, and to other members of the Cabinet and Fiji Fest Caucus, unfortunately I cannot say the opposition members, who have all accepted the need for such a stimulating budget and have provided valuable advice and support along the way. The fortune of workers and businesses are tangled. By keeping the economy stable and strengthen the social resilience, by investing in upgrading the skills of our people and transforming our business, the economy can recover more strongly. I also wish to acknowledge the support and guidance of all those who have made it possible to continue in the discharge of my responsibilities in the Ministry of Employment, Productivity, Industry Relations, Youth and Sports. Honorable Speaker said, this year the budget debate discussion can be safely described as groundbreaking. For the first time, we have carried out the function within the context of recently updated special governance framework. The enhanced framework established through the amendments of the tax scheme and announcement of various initiatives in ensuring that the struggling Fijians are back to work in the industry they love and rely on. The historic nature of this pandemic and economic downturn has made it necessary to come up with such an innovative budget. It is a budget of the time and for the times, a budget that addresses the issues for today, for economic and social well-being of all Fijians, for tomorrow and beyond. I support the budget for the effective response to the impact of current pandemic and responsible allocations. These are areas of particular interest to stakeholders in my portfolios, including workers, employers, investors, and our youth and young Fijians. I am pleased to note the priority given to bringing back jobs. During these difficult times of crisis, our country is facing, and to brace for the new normal, the budget has perfectly announced Fiji's biggest ever tax cut. This budget is going to safeguard those who are unemployed and those whose hours and salaries has been reduced. Honorable Speaker said, now I turn to specific remarks relating to areas of employment, productivity, industry relations that falls under my portfolio. One must realize that Ministry of Employment is all about service and not capital project-oriented ministry. I had various meetings with my ministry officials, and they have assured me that since government has thought about them and their family by not reducing their pay, they will be giving an additional 100% towards their work to ensure that their day-to-day operation is not affected within the ministry and the service that is offered is of high quality. My ministry is working towards implementing various strategies and carry out substantial internal realignment, which is going to significantly reduce the operational cost and bring about efficiency in our services. My ministry, in summary, is well served across its diverse range of impact areas by the budget. I welcome the budget.
Order.
We work with each other. We don't fight like opposition.
Order.
Yeah. I welcome the budget for its care for all Fijian families and the provision of various initiatives and the scheme that is going to uplift existing businesses, create new business opportunities, and ensure a decent employment for the people. We will definitely get the best value for whatever we spend, and that spending will be relevant, sustainable, and lead to short, medium, and long-term gains. Honorable Speaker said, As the timely and welcome budget allocation indicates for the commemoration events, Fiji will be celebrating 50 years of independence this year. This is an opportune time to reflect on the past 50 years as well as on the contemporary situation. The current situation due to COVID-19, first time in 50 years, means a complete reordering of priorities and postponement of some important projects, which is unavoidable. In supporting this extraordinary budget that saves lives, protects livelihood, and actively builds a bridge to the prosperous future, I welcome the allocation plans and robust policies for our workers or investors and for our employers. Honorable Speaker, Sir, Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Members, I thank you all and reiterate my strong support for the 2020-2021 national budget. Thank you.
Honorable members, I thank the Assistant Minister for Employment, Productivity, Industrial Relations, Youth and Sports for his contribution to the debate. Honorable members, we will now conclude proceedings for today, and we will continue with the remaining speakers tomorrow. Thank you, and Parliament is now adjourned until tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.